Hi everyone, welcome to the live. Hi Lee. Hi Peter. Hey Mons. And James. And Kevin. Dad's getting the trains running. And our print today is a factory flat. Alright, Dad fixed a little spot on the track right by the swing bridge before the live. It looks like it's going smoothly though. You are on and your microphone is on.
Hi everyone, how you doing today? We got Shadow Wolf's with us. James, how you doing, James? Mon, as usual, Mon joined us. I was hoping we'd see Mon today. So we're just getting things rolling. I just got the trains going here. We got some views. Got a nice view of our mountain with the portal sitting in place.
You want to change that?
There we go. Gray and overcast. It's sunny, but it's cooled down here in Illinois for us. We went from being in the mid 90s to all of a sudden we're seeing days we're not hitting quite 80 or 81, 82.
It's been really nice.
It's kind of nice to cool down just a tiny bit. So we've gone back. We're going ahead and we're running these 3D printer again. This time we're building a flat that can go up against the wall, and it's actually in an apartment building. But this 3D print, we're going to repurpose it to go along with some of the other factory flats, because to me, I'm looking at it and it could be a factory office, an old factory office. So I thought it might work pretty good as that. So we're going to go ahead and print that up, see how it ends up looking.
I want to make a small
I just noticed
adjustment.
I was gone. Might have to adjust it. Did it get moved or?
I don't know.
Here we go.
Let's see.
So I got Roxy's fixing the screen for me because I just noticed that all you could see is my big belly sticking in there. See, this is what happens when Roxy has me doing all of the IT management. I've gotten pretty good at getting the cameras set up for the train room, or the camera for the 3D printer, but everything else I really struggle with a lot of the fine details. So.
Okay, I'm gonna try thing. There we go. Let's see.
Yeah, I think is the way that the FaceTime camera works, you can't get any further back here at all.
Yeah.
It's just out of the field of view.
Okay, that looks pretty good, I guess. So,
Looks better than it did before I saw it with my belly, and it's like, well, that must be Steve.
Mine's.
Yeah, that's it, Mon. That's it. The older I get, the rounder I get.
Oh, almost. Almost got it right.
What did you miss?
Oh, I just left some of the edge on.
Oh.
There we go. All better.
Yeah, now I'm ahead again. I gotta sit like this.
We could adjust the camera. We push the camera back a
I
little.
think I might have to.
Yeah.
We're gonna do an adjustment here with that camera.
Should I sit in your seat? Would it help?
Yeah. Let's see.
Let's see. Sit the most dad way I can.
Is that better?
Right there. Maybe down just a tad. That's pretty good. Oh, a little back the other way. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, let's turn the darn knob. Is that good?
Yeah, that looks good. Good sit.
Well, wait a minute. How come I'm out of it now?
I'm really confused.
What happened? I look up here. It looks good.
Oh, we must need to adjust.
Huh.
I think it's just really small.
Yeah. I'm just not going to monkey with it.
A sign of maturity.
Yeah, Mon, I think it's better than the alternative. So we're doing okay. But, you know, we get all our trains running and we're having a good day.
It is a good day. The weather's so nice.
But here comes a train around, be able to jump right over to... Oof.
So I love how all the work on the mountain's coming together.
Yeah, the mountain's coming along pretty good, I think. So I did some plaster casting, and we're going to be using that in a few areas along the lower of the track. And then we're talking about maybe just doing one of our lives, just get in here and do all the plaster work and everything on the mountain during the live. I'm not sure if you guys would want to sit and watch plaster cure or not. But we thought it might be interesting for some people, might enjoy that. And it'll be our first time using any sculpt-a-mold or any of that. So it'd be interesting, I think. So we had our drawing last night for the big giveaway. That was a lot of fun.
That was exciting.
We had a good time, and I think the thing I liked about it best is the number of people that entered. Everybody that entered was a winner. To me,
Yeah.
that was such an exciting thing. I enjoyed that part. It was just fun. Yeah, Lee, I think that mountain's coming along real good. I've been slowly but surely carving away at it, making little changes here and there. So one of the things, when I look at this, when I started out this cliff face right here, I carved it out, looked really great. But when I put the mountaintop up on top, the mountain just looked unfinished. Something didn't look quite right. So I carved up this one piece that goes along the backdrop to kind of mimic maybe the rest of the mountain, and I'll do some more work in that area. But it just makes the mountain to me look more complete. So I need to do a little more carving in that section.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it made a big difference in that look. I think it's a little better this way. And I moved my little fishing hut over to here. I'm thinking I might end up setting him up over in this area here because I like the way it looks with the tunnel and everything right here. Mm-hmm. The bridge. Yeah, Lee. Make sure I sent you that email. Make sure that you reply back so I can get the shipping location, and I'll get things sent out this week to everybody. And I hope everybody likes the gifts that we send out.
Yeah.
So, to me, I thought it was perfect for this channel because we like to do our 3D printing. And it was fun to just put something together that people can go ahead and assemble themselves, glue it together, do all the paint, finish, and make it look how they want it to look for their layout. So I think that's kind of neat. There's that other train's coming back. There they are. I lost the trains for a minute.
Editing's good to get done.
Yeah, Roxy's sitting there working on doing some editing right now. She's working on a short. So I get off scot-free. I'm just not that good at the editing. I stumble around with it, so Roxy's just pretty well taking it over. So I'm just in charge of making sure of capturing video, getting them onto our shared server, and setting them up in orders that make sense, all the pieces, so she can put them together for a comprehensive video. I'm sure sometimes it's not easy for her.
It's gotten easier as we've learned how.
Yeah.
But it was a learning curve because I didn't know how to edit videos before all this.
You're right, Peter. I forgot it was Labor Day. Tomorrow's post office is closed.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
So I was going to go over there and pick up some of their shipping boxes to see what would fit in what size box, so I can figure out to get everything sent out this week.
Oh, we'll have to do that Tuesday.
Yeah. So I guess it'll be Tuesday before I can get over and get some boxes and start getting around to get things sent out. But I want to make sure to get them sent out right away so you guys can get them pretty quick. But see how our print's looking here. There we go. There's all our windows. And I think this little section it's working on right now is the sides of the building. Yeah, thanks for reminding me though, Peter. I'd have been down there knocking on the door going, why aren't they open? That's the thing that happens to you when you're retired. Half the time I forget what day of the week it is. Would you see a glare over there?
Yeah, I was hoping it might take some of the glare off the printer.
Yeah. Roxy's fine-tuning the light. Ever the perfectionist. Yeah, Yeah, Shadow Wolf. I spent some time in the hospital myself, and it was just a constant. They're continually asking me questions like that, just to see if I knew what end was up. I guess got a little annoying after a while. Because, I mean, I think about it now. Unless I have certain scheduled things like our schedule that we have for YouTube is real helpful because there's set days that we do certain things. So it helps me keep track of the days of the week, keep a schedule. You know, I went from being a guy that was hyper scheduled and super busy to all of a sudden I got nothing but time. It's a big transition.
Although you're doing a good job of filling up the space.
Business is closed for the surf when it comes. Sort of like deer season, yeah. Yeah, I could imagine that, you know. I would think living someplace like Hawaii, it would probably be hard to get people to come to work most of the time. Yeah. That's okay. I still have certain things that I make sure that I get done on certain days. I got usually Fridays, Thursday or Friday is my mowing day. So I like to get out there and get the yards all neat and trimmed. And then Roxy lives a block over. I ride my lawnmower over to her house and I go ahead and mow for her. Mm-hmm. So I usually do that on Mondays. So there's two certain things every day, and then we got our Sunday lives. That's always good.
2 videos a week is a bunch to juggle, huh?
Yeah, that's a bunch of. We've been rolling. We've trying to do one long video every week on Thursday, and then release a short on Mondays and Fridays. And you know, lately some things have happened that have kind of tripped us up a little bit. I don't know if you mind me telling what happened this past week.
No, it's okay. I'm all better now.
So I was last week. What day was that? Wasn't that Monday?
Monday.
It was Monday.
Yeah.
Over doing the lawn at Roxy's house and helping her with some cleanup. And in her backyard, there was a pile of sticks over up against the fence. Roxy went over. She's picking up the sticks to get them thrown out. And all of a sudden, there was a wasp nest under there, and she just got swarmed by wasps.
Yeah.
And they just stung the heck out of her. She's running around the yard just, ah! I'm standing there with her husband like, what?
Yeah.
But she got stung a whole bunch of times and went into anaphylactic shock. Had to take her to the emergency room, and it's bad enough that they admitted her to the hospital and had to give her a bunch of IVs and other drugs to stabilize her and kept her overnight.
It was an adventure.
Yeah, it was. I couldn't believe it. So that kind of threw our schedule off a little bit. I had to let Roxy relax, and so I didn't bother her about schedules and where she's at or any of that. We kind of helped out with getting kids where they needed to be and helping some stuff around the house here and there. But yeah, it was a week. Feels like this year has been that way.
Yeah, there's just been another thing and another thing, kind of.
One more deal.
Yeah.
So it's been a tough time for us because, you know, as you all know, my dad passed away the day after Christmas, and then just this month, just 3 weeks ago, I guess it is,
mm-hmm.
My mom passed away. And then, you know, it's just been a lot of things. And also, just about 2 months ago, my mother-in-law passed away.
You need to select stream. It cut off. No, just go up to where it says select stream up there. Refresh.
It says stop there.
Yeah, it's still going, but it stopped on YouTube.
Are you sure?
Yeah, now we're connected.
There we go. Can everybody see the stream again? I think we're connected back. I think we disconnected for a second there. Great, Lee. Thanks for doing that. Appreciate it. We'll get things sent off to you this week for sure. But yeah, as I was saying, though, my wife's mother passed away a couple months ago. My mom, just a few weeks ago. Yeah, I hope she does better there. That's tough to take. I was kind of prepared for my mom. She's had a lot of health issues for the last several years. And the last couple of years, she's had to be in a nursing facility. So we just, be able to go and visit her. And every once in a while, she'd be doing well enough we could pick her up and take her out to go. She liked to go to the Dollar Tree store to go shopping, or we could bring her home to have a dinner at home with family. But, her health had been getting bad and bad, so we were pretty prepared for that one. Dad was the real shocker because it was a all of a sudden injury. And then he just didn't last long after he got hurt. So, yeah, I hope your mom recovers and starts doing a lot better there, Mon. We'll be thinking about her for sure.
It might be wise if we reconnect the broadcast, or just let you. That still says upcoming. It keeps quitting. There we go. Maybe that will change it. Let's see how it goes. Seems like we're back up. Hopefully just a hiccup.
Yeah. Well, we hope she does better there, Mon. It's makes life a little difficult. It's a hard thing. It's really tough. Where's our trains? There's a couple. I will say the trains have been running pretty good. I've been pretty happy with the work I did on the rolling stock. So things are staying coupled together. I'm not derailing. And it seems I can run for hours at a time without any issues. Just yesterday I was running for a little bit and the train was running along, and I went to go shut down, and I walked in there, and the locomotive was pushing 3 boxcars around.
Oh, yeah.
On the inside loop.
Yeah.
And one of them, the coupler had come off and was laying in the track, and everything got hung up.
Yeah.
So, but that's the only problem I've had in several runnings.
Yeah, we're thinking the train came back around and hit the coupler after the fact.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I love this view right here. I thought that portal come out so good, I think. I really like the way it looks.
I'm super happy with the portal. I can't wait till we get to start painting the mountain.
Yeah, I'm so ready to get rid of all this pink.
And it's really tempting to want to dive into all that area under the bridge.
Well, what I think I'm going to do is kind of work. I think we should work down towards the far corner, towards that the tank down there, because we got another tunnel that we're going to put in on that end.
Right.
So we'll have to do some of the work about halfway along the back wall, and get kind of the idea set up. But then I would want to come back this way, and I want to get everything except for pouring the river.
Right.
I don't want to pour the river for a while. But I'd like to get all the landform done, coming all the way back around up to the swing bridge.
Yeah.
So I think from this mountain, I'd like to work back towards the swing bridge.
Yep.
Yeah. This one, the couplers on the one that happened, it's got like a clip that snaps over the top, a little metal clip, and the couplers inside the box there. Well, it's like the clip kind of half unsnapped, and then the coupler just pulled clean out. So the coupler was laying in the middle of the track. The loco came around, picked up on the three that were disconnected, and then pushed them forward just 3 boxcars lengths, and then hit that coupler and was stopped.
Yep. Front of the train continued around and caught up to it.
I'm kind of liking how the little fishing shanty looks kind of around this area. So I'm thinking going forward, I might make a little outcropping just in this area that's kind of crops out a little bit, that we could put this fishing shanty onto, so it's down lower into the river area. And then I just like the way it looks, like fishing under the bridge kind of a thing. I think it's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's somebody's special fishing spot.
Yeah, looks like it'd be mine.
Yeah.
Hey, Jake. So Jake came down here to say hey to everybody. Boy, this is really lagging, isn't it?
It is.
I wonder if this is what's causing problems on some of this broadcast.
I don't know. I think it started at the same time. We might have had an internet hiccup just all together.
Yeah.
We'll give it a few minutes to catch up. Oh. On the floor.
I can get a look at this print real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, the configuration of this apartment building, it reminded me of an office when I was working in Korea. One of the suppliers that I was going to had a building that was on this riverfront, and it very similar had all these small offices on the bottom, and the upper level had a couple of big meeting rooms.
Right.
It had a big expansive windows on it, kind of looking out over the river. It was really cool. But that's what this building reminded me of. I thought, we could make this an office building in a factory. I think that would be perfect.
You're right, Mons. Fish do like to be in the shadow.
Absolutely. I've fished under many bridges.
It's a good spot. Gets you out of the sun too.
Yeah. Yeah, when we were living up in Washington, I used to go fishing on the Snohomish River with Joe, and we'd we'd float in right in downtown Snohomish where it runs over there, and then the highway runs across. There's that nice metal bridge there.
Right.
And we used to come up and we just kind of troll back into the bridge, and right about the time your plugs would get in around the bridge area, right there, you'd hit and boom, reeling in those salmon. It was a good spot to fish.
Reconnecting. You're back up. Oh wait, live stream offline then. No, yeah, we were looping. That's a. Do we have that noise filter on?
Trying to remember how we did that.
That was on the Dots by Mr. Microphone. In the middle of everything.
Let's see here.
Where are the dots? They're by the sound.
Oh, over here, that's right. Filters.
Maybe turn the level down on that a little bit. See what we get there.
Maybe I'll just. Maybe I'll just get rid of that.
You see how it sounds? Okay, let's see. Oh, maybe we're doing too much.
So get rid of FaceTime.
Yeah, just remove. We get all these, yeah, and then we'll stop that. So internet space, but we'll still be able to talk to it. Scale the building to end. Okay, let me see if I can get reconnected to us. Alright, I think we're up.
Chat's gone away.
Yeah.
YouTube's not doing something.
Yeah, the chat is gone. Okay. But it was funny is I can hear us. There we go. We're back.
Wow.
We're back.
So this is really unusual for us. We don't usually have much in the way of internet problems.
No, but every once in a while.
Yeah. So we took and we first moved into this house. We had a lot of issues with internet.
Yeah.
And I think it came down to the lines running to the house were old, not well maintained. So a fiber company came to town and we switched over to a fiber internet. Got a lot better speeds, a lot better connectivity. Didn't have all the shutdowns all the time we did before. I mean, we used to constantly have to reboot the computers and reboot the routers, and it was just a chore.
Yeah.
And then of course we don't use cable, we stream most of the time, and you couldn't hardly even watch a show because it just sat and spooled so much. It was terrible. So today it's really unusual we're having trouble. We've been trying a few different things. One was we were trying to fix some of the noise, background noise.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go in OBS, and there's a filters you can use that helps cut some of that out, but it uses some of the data usage
Yeah.
doing that. So I think that maybe that might have been some of the problem today, although we did the same thing last night and had no issues.
Yeah.
You know. So we're going to try running now without the FaceTime camera, so you won't be able to see us. Hopefully you can still hear us.
It sounds pretty good.
Yeah. And we'll just, keep going like we're going here. We'll watch our print. We'll let our trains run. And thinking I may need to take the, if I'm going to use this camera angle here for this one here,
Mm-hmm.
I may need to change out the Southern Pacific and the Union Pacific. The Southern Pacific doesn't have any headlight on it.
Well, why don't we do that so we
So-
can see the headlight coming out the tunnel? That would be cool.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It might be kind of cool to see the train coming through there.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx it. Everything's running real good right now. So I sure hate to mess everything up. I don't know. I just set them on there. I don't think I've ever run them on the other lines.
No, we just put them in place and we keep running them as they are and adding and
Yeah.
subtracting cars.
Yeah.
I think we were just so pleased that everything ran nicely.
Yeah. I suppose I could get in there and change it out. Why don't you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna change some locals around here so we can see if we can get the headlights coming out of the tunnel.
Yeah. All right, I'm excited. We get to see the headlight coming out. Oh yeah, I bet the schools use a lot of the internet priority. Oh, that looks cool. Hey, buddy. But that was a really good scene.
Oops, stopped here for some reason. What happened?
Right, you. Thanks, Lee. I really like having the Union Pacific coming out in the right direction for the camera. It looks good. I don't have a lot of experience with the UK trains.
There's something going on where he's pulling one of the trucks just off the track as it comes around this turn here.
Oh no. Is it that particular car, maybe?
Takes time to figure out what the issue is. Yep. I'm gonna have to see if I can figure out why it was just coming around the corner, and by the time you get over here, front trucks were kicked over.
I wonder if we got something on that. Oh, I will go in and check the email right away. Just a sec. Let's see. Yep, I've got your email right here. $6.30 sounds great for tacos, Mom. Our mom takes such good care of us. Hey there, Greg. Nice to see you.
Then I gotta put this little switcher on.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan to me, too. That switcher's funny. I like watching it go.
I need to clean the wheels on the switcher. It's kind of jerky right now.
It's been a while since we've used it. Oh, I hope you enjoy that meal. That sounds like a good family time.
Yeah. Well, I think it has something to do with the way couples Hey, you guys not giving up on me yet, are you? Here I spent some time bragging about how well the trains are running, so I switched the locos around and crashed and burned. See if I can figure that out.
I agree, Mom.
What?
Mom checked up on us. She says she's gonna make us tacos at 6:30.
All right. Indian takeout?
That's where Greg's going tonight.
Ah. Nice. I'm glad you're still here, Lee. I've been busy inside the layout trying to figure out what's going on with the trains. I should have left well enough alone. But I'll have to figure that out so I'd like to be able to switch the locos around a little bit. And I'm not sure what happened with that Union Pacific. I'm thinking that maybe the couplers aren't interacting good on those.
Yeah, we might need to change them out.
So I know the rolling stock, I changed over the KDs, but it's the stock knuckle couplers on the UP that come with it. Yeah, Jerry makes the best tacos.
It's true. If it's working, you just leave it alone. Don't look at it too hard. It can smell your fear. So here's a fun fact. I've been collecting all of our video footage since we started, and I've finally filled up a 1 terabyte hard drive with nothing but the layout video footage we've made so far. That seems like a lot of data. You're almost there, Lee. Keep going. It absolutely does, but I want to keep it all. One day there's going to be an epic blooper reel of all the weird stuff we've come up with. Print's a little better lit. Can you see it better now? Oh, they know who not to mess with. Now I can see your 3D print better.
You're kidding. How can that be? It's things over
The
there.
thing went out again.
Yeah.
The light keeps turning off.
Roxy's sitting down here in the dark. Pull out the tools.
I'm gonna need you to come over here with your tools and threaten these computers.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can start seeing what the face of the building's looking like.
I was just telling everybody about how we filled up a whole terabyte with video data so far.
Yeah. Well, we actually use that that Google Drive.
Mm-hmm.
So we shoot our videos and then we upload them all to the drive, and that way we're not using up a bunch of space with all these clips and all these things.
Mm-hmm.
So Roxy gets in there and she makes the videos on stuff, and then we delete stuff out of there as we use it.
Everything that gets used off there, though, gets saved.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I have everything.
Ah.
That's what that first terabyte drive is.
So I had that one drive that I was taking and I was saving every video
Mm-hmm.
until I realized, why am I saving them all? I can get them all off of YouTube Studio.
Although when we did our year in review video, it was really handy to have some actual raw footage that I
yeah.
hadn't changed yet.
Yeah, I can see where that might be kind of a handy thing.
Yeah.
So why does it keep doing that?
It's because it rebooted the live when we had problems.
Let's see what I've been over this messing while I was upstairs here.
Oh, yeah. So I checked our Gmail and we got everybody's emails in.
All right. Yeah, I sent emails out to everybody today.
Yeah. So we got lots of responses today.
Yeah, I had to double check our list because I wasn't sure if we got it right.
Yeah.
So I had to go back and I watched the live this morning
We make sure that.
to make sure I got everybody right.
Okay.
All right, Lee's got
Oh, that light kicked off again. Why is it doing that?
I don't know. It's a different light than what I use on the other. Is there some kind of a timer or something on it?
No, there's no settings on this flashlight. Unless I want to do Morse code or something.
I got these numbers.
Is that the Samsung? Maybe USB-C.
This one's got a flashlight. I think I got a thing that adapts here. I still haven't figured out what the hell this thing does.
What do you got?
Some kind of an adapter. So that-
No, well, kind of, yeah. It's either lightning or that. So that doesn't hold the resistance.
Okay. Thought I had the adapter here somewhere. Well, this is the opposite.
Yeah. Because there's a surprise code there. With a sledgehammer.
So I guess I'm gonna have to get a longer cord for this.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of USB-Cs, but they're all short.
You know what? Wait a minute.
Hi, Jim. Welcome to the live.
May have a solution here.
Oh, you saved the day.
Turn on the light for a minute so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, so we'll get this one off of there. This one just plug into here. And then, there it is. Listen to right at after. You got me wrong one.
It's not USB-C. Oh, it's the other one. Okay, this one.
What I can do is pull that one that we have.
Goodness.
This one. What's this one? Okay, it's this one.
You know, that big hammer would probably help.
Yeah.
There is a train on the lower circuit. Oh, and it's holding up. Good looking out, Mon.
What's going on?
Our BNSF train stopped. They had a
What is going on? All I wanted to do was sit down and relax and have a beer. It looks like it's pushing. became uncoupled again. What the heck? Let's put the sheet. I gotta clean the wheels and stuff on that one.
Well, we have to make a mess of it.
Watch this come around and make sure it's coming around there. Once we cross the bridge a little bit. There we go, Roxy to the rescue. Yeah, that's so true, man. I'll sit here and I'll run this thing for hours. Nothing ever happens. I try to make sure I'm running it an hour or two every day. I think they seem to run better if I'm running regular. So don't forget to do that latch again once you close it, all right? Can you reach it?
Oh, yeah.
Got a train coming. You almost snidely whiplashed yourself.
I did.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Ooh, Linux, that's a big threat.
The gremlins. So did you notice that other phone, the light is better than that one?
It is. It's showing up a lot better.
Yeah, so the lighting here, you go to the printers, look at how much better it's lit. You can see it so much clearer.
Yeah. Hi, Chris. Welcome to the live.
Yeah. So a flat, a factory flat, is a building that's designed. A lot of them either are just a flat piece in itself, and it's you put it up against a backdrop, or it might have a short wall to give a little depth to it. But it's designed to not take up a lot of space, and you can put several of them around a backdrop to create an area that has some depth and a look to it. So for example, on ours, if you look at let's see here. So if you look at the top here, back up towards this corner, you'll see there's a short area of open next to the track. You could put these factory flats up against the backdrop right there and be able to show a scene of a town or a scene showing an industrial area. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. I'm using an Android phone right now for the flashlight to give the light on the 3D printer. And I was using one of my other iPhones, old iPhones, for that one. What'd you do, Roxy? The light changed. But yeah, there seems to be a big difference between the two phones on the light. This Android's really giving a good light. So you can see everything real good on the printer now.
The light in here?
Yeah, I was on that one scene and all of a sudden it looked a lot different. It looked kind of yellowish all of a sudden. Yeah, we have an expansion that we're going to be doing for going out the back side of the wall here on the backdrop. And we're going to put a rail yard in that area, and absolutely would be putting rail office and the crew rest areas in there. So most of this layout, the way we're building it, and most of it is supposed to look like a pass-through. It's traveling to go to other areas. We don't have a lot of switching and things going on in this section. You figuring it out, Roxy?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think problem there's something on the track there? Or?
Well, just in case.
Okay. I mean, I have been working in that area quite a bit, and I did vacuum it out before we started running today. So this is what you call a perfect day. I could sit here in my chair, watch the feed, enjoy a cold beverage. Roxy's in there doing all the work for me. Well, I'll tell you, Chris, you don't have one yet? Well, now's a good time to get into some of the rail planning software. And you can take and figure out what kind of rail you want and plan the whole track setup. Yeah, man, I really enjoy this, you know, the 3 running loops. A lot of times in the evening I'll come down here and I'll get all the trains running, and I got a stool that I like to set just inside the train room, just watch them run. I like the continuous running like this. Yeah, I used SCARM software to design this layout. So if you don't have a layout yet, yeah, a good cigar. Yeah, I would enjoy that. I used to really enjoy smoking cigars, but I quit smoking altogether about 3 years ago. So, uh-oh. Again?
Yeah, we have some foam in that corner. That's what was causing.
Oh, okay. I missed that area. Oh, now you're going to have to reach. Yeah, you know, Greg, that's a good start of it. So the peninsula on this layout, when I first started, I built that 4x8 table and just had a big oval running on there and ran trains just around on that. And then when I decided I was going to build a around the room layout, I decided I could use that table for the peninsula and just incorporated it right into the layout. So I think a 4x8 is a great start on any layout. I think I was just fortunate enough to have this kind of space that I could do it like this. I've been thinking a lot about this layout too and the expansions that I could do. Yeah, I don't know if my carving skills are good enough for Mount Rushmore or Crazy Horse. I've been to both of them. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, no, yeah, I get it, Jim. And I started out with this one when I first started planning it out. I was going to do a dog bone. But the more I looked at the space and as I was going, I decided it was going to be better to go around the room. But the yard, the way I got the yard figure is just before you get to the area that's got the bridge and the river crossing. Roxy, you're having a time, aren't you? But just right there, I've got one turnout that we've already put in place. So I'm going to set up, you can come out the turnout, you'll go through the backdrop through a tunnel, and around the back side of the layout, we're going to do a yard back here. And I haven't determined the actual width that we'll use, but the length that'll come out, and it's going to run the 15 feet down to the other wall and turn, and it'll come back in on the far corner that you can see down there where that one tank is at. There's another turnout down there, so we'll connect it up. So we'll be able to come out of the layout into his yard, and here we can build trains set up and have them come in and out. But yeah, this basement here is pretty darn big. It's the whole footprint. I live in a ranch style home, and it's probably, oh shoot, probably 65 foot across in width, and it's really long, so it's got to be at least what, 15, 30, 40, about 70, 80 feet in length. So it's a big area. But of course you've got, all the furnace and water heater and all that stuff right here dead in the middle. But it's kind of a neat space. It could be finished actually. On the far end is a fireplace. So it's a double stacked fireplace because right above it is our living room with a fireplace. Yeah, that's one of the things that I looked at too. The area we have is at the top of the peninsula. Reaching way out into that middle is really difficult. If you remember my earlier videos when I was doing track laying and cork laying, I had to get up on top of the peninsula. I'd put a piece of plywood on the foam and have to get up on top of it to be able to do that work. And I think that in the future when we go to do scenery on this end, we got to start at the backdrop and work our way down towards the peninsula because it's hard to reach that area. Of course, we get to doing that yard, I'm going to have to reconfigure all my working space too. And we'll probably move it back over to the other end where I've got my airbrush and painting station set up now. But we could probably enclose, kind of like we did with this section, put a backdrop all the way around so it's more enclosed too. Yeah, I don't know if I think as far as customizing, for me at the most, I might patch over some of my Southern Pacific because of course they assimilated by Union Pacific. So during the era we model is the 60s and 70s. You started seeing Union Pacific started patching over some of those. So I might do some of that, but as far as doing all the paint and everything, I don't think I'm that good at painting. Yeah, Roxy and I have been talking about that peninsula. As part of it, we're thinking it would be good to just make a whole big town set up. But the other side of me is, I was telling her it might be fun to take it and turn it into a whole chemical facility where you got all the tanks and towers and all that kind of stuff and fill the whole thing up. Kind of like if you go through Wyoming and you go by Sinclair just to the, I guess it'd just be to the east of Rawlins. They got a facility there that from the interstate, especially at night, it just looks really neat all lit up. It's like Christmas. Yeah, absolutely. They patch those up. But Southern Pacific for me is about my favorite. That's the used to have that locomotive running through my hometown, that road name. That's what we saw all the time. Of course, I grew up in Southern California, so it's pretty much the Southwest setup down there. Yeah, that's for sure. The 95. Been up and down that quite a few times. Of course, my second career, I was a over-the-road truck driver, and I drove dry vans for a few years, and then drove flatbed trucks for several years. But I managed to drive in every state in the lower 48 except for Rhode Island. For some reason, every time I had loads, all I had to do was make a quick right and I'd be in Rhode Island, but I always just drove right by. But yeah, I've been up and down through New Jersey a bunch of times through the Pine Barrens and yeah, I gotta say, traveling all over the country, my favorite areas, I really like the southwest of the U.S. and I like the Pacific Northwest. So pretty much the western states is what I really like. And the only reason I moved to Illinois was to be close to my folks. Yeah, I think that's what's going on with the Union UP and the Norfolk. What I really wish they would do is something about the passenger service in this country. I think we're really missing the boat that you go to Europe or a lot of Asia. The passenger service to be able to hop on trains and go just about anywhere is so easy and works so well. Yeah, well, you get kind of used to that weather when you're driving. So I've driven through some pretty rough stuff. Gets bad enough you just find a spot and park it. When I was driving the flatbeds, I didn't like the. Oh, hey, Lee. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. I know it's a lot of time for you to be here this time of day. I'll be looking for that vlog. Yeah, so Amtrak and stuff. I tell you, I lived overseas for quite a few years, and particularly like Japan. Trains there are like clockwork. They tell you that train is going to be there at a certain time. It is there on the dot. It just runs so smoothly. I used to hop over and walk over from my house over to the subway, drop down, take it to the main area in Nagoya, hop on a train and take me right to the factory that I was working at, and be able to walk a block, and I'm at work. So I just used the trains. The whole time I lived in Japan, I didn't own a car. I had a bicycle, but I could take a train anywhere in the country I wanted to go. Yeah, Minnesota can be rough for the weather. So Roxy, you done fooling around in there?
No, not even a little bit.
What was going on?
One of the box cars isn't empty, right? So it's not part of the game anymore. I believe it's
You
that.
pulled it off? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take it after we live stream. I'll take it and we'll take a look at the couplers and the trucks and everything, make sure everything's correct.
When it rolls, it just doesn't feel the same as the other cars.
Huh. So did that one have the metal wheels?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got the metal wheels on it.
Which one is
I
it?
don't know if the weight's wrong. I'll show you.
Well, it wouldn't be the weight because I use a postal scale, that
That's what I thought.
digital scale we got to. So I've been really following the weights right. I don't know. What color is it?
It's brown, like all of them.
Is it the longer one?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it up at the top of the peninsula by the switcher now, so that you can look at it later.
I gotta look.
Okay.
Yeah, that one I had some problems with the couplers, get the couplers changed out.
Well, maybe that's what's up with it.
Maybe I didn't get the coupler quite right on that one.
Yeah, whenever I put that one back on, it takes half the train off with it.
Yeah, I think that one also, I think that's one of the ones that the screw hole was stripped out on it. When I went to take it out, I couldn't get the truck off.
Right,
So I could change the coupler.
right.
So that one I ended up having to get a longer screw and a nut set up. And then I used some Loctite to set the nut
Right. So your couplers.
so it doesn't move around. And ended up having to re-drill the hole and reset the truck that way.
Right.
So maybe that's the problem.
That's possible.
So I'll have to take a look.
Oh, Minnesota must be a challenge to drive in.
Yeah, the only saving grace is it's pretty flat.
That would
you
help.
don't, you don't got big mountains and stuff, but
But it gets pretty deep there in the winter, doesn't it?
it does. One of the biggest problems is the blowing snow.
Oh, yeah.
Driving around, and there's been many times. In fact, I think I've got some video still of I was driving in Minnesota, and it was blowing snow so bad that I couldn't tell where I was at on the road, and I had to just stop there on the road. I couldn't tell where the shoulders were or anything, and had to just sit there until the wind eased up enough where I could get moving. But I took a video of it while I was just sitting over there, and you couldn't tell where the road was or anything.
Oh, wow.
It was bad. But if you like to fish, a lot of lakes in Minnesota.
I do like to fish.
Lots of lakes in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, there's a workbench down here. There's a couple.
Yeah, I built a workbench and set it up down here at the end. The way I got cameras set, you can't see it tonight, but some of our lives we set up the cameras in such a way you can see everything back here where I got a big long, an 8-foot work table, and I've got a monitor and our computer set up. I've got a overhead light set. And I've got another workbench that I built that's got a back with pegboard, and I put it on casters so I could move it around to wherever I happen to be working. Well, gee, Greg, it sounds like you're talking about me. Yeah, definitely a sportsman's paradise there. But that was the thing I liked about living up in the Pacific Northwest. You know, the outdoor opportunities were just fantastic. Spent a lot of time up there with my fishing buddy, chasing down trout and salmon and steelhead. Yeah, I've got an LED overhead light. It's a big long light. The same one I'm using inside the training room. It lights it up real well. And then I've got another light that's on the shelf that's at the top of the workbench that lights up the workbench real well. So between the two, it's well lit. It's really nice. I can't believe how much trouble we have with cars. I was all proud of myself. I had 3 trains running with 8 pieces of rolling stock on each that was just rolling flawless. Not a problem. Tonight, not so much. So we've been thinking about maybe doing some of the scenery work during lives. If I could figure out how to position cameras in such a way that people could see what I was doing and still have room to be able to work. So I'm not sure if that'd be something that you all would be interested in watching, but hey, you can always leave a comment. Let me know what kind of content you would really like to see, and we'll make sure to do that. New Zealand, oh man. So that's been like one of my dream destinations there. So when I lived overseas, when I was working in Korea, there was a guy there that actually was from New Zealand, and he lived up on the North Island. And he had told me, anytime you want to come out there, come on down, I'll take you out, we'll go fishing. And one of these days I'd love to do that. Spectacular scenery. Yeah, I've done a bunch of that too. I'm always surprised at how many places there are where you can watch just trains just driving around, just zipping by. I always enjoy those videos. I like seeing what kind of cars that are on, what they're hauling, what the surrounding area looks like. So pretty soon here, Roxy just finished last night a new file in Tinkercad, and we're going to go ahead and print it out, probably get it started tonight. It's a long print, but it's a design to fit into one of my gondolas so that we can put a camera on there and be able to get a camera view of the train, what the train sees running around the track. I don't think I've heard of them, Greg. Yeah, I'm on in western Washington where I live. There was a lot of the rivers were like that too, especially a lot of lakes over there. They have a lot of cedar trees around them, so the water looked like tea. But we'd use different colored fishing line to help, and different kinds of lures. Yeah, Roxy and I have been talking about this mountain, and I still got a bunch of work to do. And I was thinking that a lot of the work I'm doing, I could do live streams, and I could set up a couple of these cameras to where you can see the work I'm doing and get in there and work on some more of the carving. And I've been making some plaster molds to place And then we're going to use a bunch of Sculpt-A-Mold as well. So we're thinking about doing a live, and we might do that next Sunday, I'm thinking. I might even do it during the week, I don't know. It just seemed like a good idea, something that people might be interested in seeing. Yeah, I'm going to look them up right now. Seven Idea Productions. Big trains, beautiful scenery. Nice. It's not a very big channel, though. They only got 60,000 subscribers on there. Oh my God. So you pull up the 7 Ideas, and they've got a, looks like a welcome to the stream. And the first thing you see is a train just running through the snow with a plow, just blowing. Just incredible looking. Yeah, okay. Okay, I just subscribed to them, Greg. That looks fantastic. Yeah, 60,000, that's a lot of folks. Yeah, we're a far cry from them, but you know, we're slowly getting more and more. You know, which is pretty good. And it just, you know, it's kind of adding up. So we had our live stream giveaway last night, and as of last night, I reported some of those numbers, and we had 549 subscribers during the live stream last night. And looking today where we're up to 557. So we're getting people just continually, which is, to me, just so amazing. And I'm glad people like what we're doing and tuning in to see. It's really fun to share. Yeah, I think that's probably good advice. I've been trying to do different things. If I'm doing stuff at my workbench, I'm setting cameras on either side like that and filming down. And I've got the one overhead, and once in a while Roxy can use some of the overhead, but most of it she can't use. Oh, the giveaway. So we had prizes in HO and in scale. And we printed a concrete grain elevator facility, and the grain elevator had the concrete elevator, a 6 silo set with a conveyor building on top. On one side it has a truck shed with ramps, the other side a single track shed for trains. So that was the top prize. We printed those in HO and in N scale. We printed grain bins, and then we printed what else? Signal boxes and jersey barriers. So we ran a contest, the giveaway, for a full month, and it was. I was a little disappointed more people didn't enter the contest, but during the live, I was really excited about it because the prizes that we had, the number of prizes, and the number of people that entered meant that everybody that entered was a winner. And to me, that was just fantastic. I enjoyed that so much. So it ended up being a good thing. And I've been thinking about doing some more extensive printing for when we hit 1,000 subscribers. Maybe some more substantial stuff. I might do stuff like Like you can see the flour building, the flour mill up in the back corner, building more structures, larger structures like that for folks, and doing those as giveaways. Yeah, Mon, I'm surprised you don't have a lot more subscribers, because the work you do on those old locomotives to me is so intriguing. I really enjoy watching those. It's always surprising some of the issues you have and the way you figure out how to make things work and get them just running. It's really something. But I think your channel is probably going to grow. I keep running into people that have heard of you. Yeah, now Scott Rails, it's funny, I remember he first started his channel, I ran across him, and I was actually one of his patrons, early patrons at the very beginning. I supported him through Patreon for, must have been 7, 8 months, 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
But then I decided to take that money I was passing on to him to support his channel, and instead started using it to support building my layout. I had to make decisions. Being a retired guy on a fixed income, I had to make decisions on that. And but you know, Dave over there, really a great guy. You know, I've talked with him numerous times, and you know, I'm following his channel, and it's just like overnight he went from having 1,000 folks to now he's up over 8,000. It just like blew up in the space of about a month or two. It was incredible, but he puts out a lot of really good content, and he's a fun guy to listen to. So
Yeah, it's been good watching all the fun stuff he does.
yeah, Chris, we got, if you look, let me see, let me change this view. So you can see here where this bridge is at. I've got this area that's down to the bare plywood. This is going to be a river that's going to be running all along. You can see the river and this area that's all plywood here. That's the swing bridge area. So the river's going to come into here and bank around underneath this upper section of the swing bridge. But we're going to do a resin pour through all of this. But that's going to be quite a ways down the road, I think. We want to get a lot of scenery done, a lot of the other areas worked on before we do the resin pour.
We're very much aware that once you pour that resin, it is on the layout.
It's there. So. It's a good shot. You can see all three trains running. Hey, you see this run down here as he's coming around this corner right here? Once you get out of the bend of the corner, that's probably 12 foot of track right there. Yeah, Roxy brought that up when we were pouring. When we were pouring this thing, we thought we could pour a layer and then set a little fish into it, then pour more over the top of it, and put some other fish so it looks like a school of fish all in there, different heights.
Yeah, it would be awesome to have little critters in there for our guys to catch.
Huh. Yeah, that surprises me, Mon. I mean, even English trains, I mean, here I am, I'm based in the U.S., but I get interested in trains. I see guys that are doing layouts in India. And the local things they do. It's, to me, the trains in other countries that I don't see in the real world are really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's a really good idea. Using that kind of stuff, we keep the deck real clean while we make a big mess.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got some like a roll of craft paper when I'm working on the mountain right here. I take and I tape up all of the track right around that immediate area. But I think I need to tape more track because what I found, this foam, it gets everywhere.
It does.
I even found little pieces of foam upstairs in my house.
Mm-hmm.
They could be clinging to me. I go upstairs and it's dropping off here and there. I'm finding it on the floor in places. Just travels.
Definitely, we might need a deer stand up by the cabin in the mountains.
Yeah, yeah. So another effect that we were talking about doing here on one of these mountains that we build is we want to do like a forced perspective, so it looks like a great distance. So we have a N-scale cabin that we printed up, and it looks like a log cabin that's being built. And we want to take and put it over in the top of a mountain and kind of back with smaller trees leading up to it, so it looks like it's far away, like it's a good distance.
Yeah.
But that would be a good spot to make like a little tree stand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be great. You got some mountain man out there who's decided to get away from it all.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I've been working on that, trying to figure out how to cut it and making little changes as I go. I started out with this flat cliff space that I've really cut into, made it all rocky, craggy looking, cut a lot of cuts into it. But then I put this other piece, narrow piece, that goes along the wall here because just the flat face didn't look quite right to me. But I think it looks better like this, and I think once I cut that up a little bit, I'm going to use some Sculptamold all in there in the base. I think it'll come out looking pretty good. I'm really looking forward to getting to that point where I can paint this pink over. I don't like looking at it all the time.
Yeah, it takes away from the end vision.
Yeah, it really does. But, I'm just chipping away little bits at a time, and I'm really taking my time.
I'd actually like to try out a minifigure on the printer just to see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm not sure a little figure would work on this one.
Yeah, it might not, but
yeah,
it might be fun to give it a shot.
So minifigures, you want to use a resin printer for that.
Right, for the
very
detail.
small, detailed things. And the one we use is an FDM. I use spools of filament. And those filament for small details aren't really good at really small things.
Right.
But they print larger things really well.
Yeah, they're doing great for the kids in the buildings and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and DCC, I noticed that even here, everybody is, I feel like people are looking down on me a lot of times and making comments about the fact that I'm just running DC. But for me, it was a conscious decision when I built this because of the DCC trains are more expensive.
Yeah.
The controllers and stuff are more expensive.
Yeah.
So I'd rather spend that money on building the layout itself and moving that direction and run DC. Because I can get the controller secondhand. I paid pretty cheap for all the ones I have. But what I did do was I did the electrical work on this one so that if I want to convert to DCC down the road, I can do it real easily.
Which I think we'll definitely eventually do that. But
Yeah.
I really am excited to get the scenery going on to try to create this world we've thought of.
Yeah, agreed, Mon. Yeah, these filament printers aren't really good at figures. And I've tried printing some smaller stuff, and as long as the small stuff didn't have much detail, it does okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not very good at that. Yeah, it really is. One of these days, you know, who knows, you know, I might have some kind of a windfall and decide, hey, you know what? I can throw a switch in there and run DC or DCC. And I'll get set up for it.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I enjoy that. For me, I'm not huge on the switching. I like getting the trains, letting them run, which is why I built this one with 3 loops so I can have 3 continuous running trains. That's what I really enjoy.
I do like having a lot of action on the layout.
Yeah, yeah. I really wished I'd have gotten involved in doing this when in my working life when I had just money to burn, it seems. Because a lot of this would have been a lot easier to do. But on the other side of that is because of budget restrictions, this has forced me to be more deliberate in what I'm doing, building this railroad.
Oh yeah, and more creative, like how we're going to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
It is good at building.
That's true. And not only buildings for your railroad, I've made all kinds of things that I use just around the house.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, I've made little partition things. I've made brackets, just all kinds of little things.
Yeah, stuff to fix stuff and you do kind of need to get a collection together first.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I ran across a deal a while back on some DCC, what do you call them, the little deals you put in there to make a DC become DCC, a little,
Oh, the controllers?
yeah. But I got a couple of them pretty darn cheap,
Mm-hmm.
and they cost quite a bit more now, I noticed.
Yeah, yeah.
But I figured they were a good price at the time. I just put them aside because I know eventually one of these days I'll probably go to DCC and be able to convert some of the models that I have that are DC now. But I'm not in a big hurry. You know, what I got right now I'm pretty satisfied with. I'm having a good time with it. There's plenty of stuff to work on. So it's apparent that I got to do a lot more work on my rolling stock and maybe the couplers on the trains, on the locos themselves, because I want to be able to put these on any one of the tracks and have them run really well and reliably.
Yeah.
I also have several other locos that they need a little work on them that don't run well or run at all, or
Right.
so I've got several that I'm going to need to be working on, but I've been kind of holding them off to the side because I got enough to work on now.
Yeah.
But I figured, you know, down the road I'll be able to get them, and maybe I'll make some videos out of tearing them down and putting them together and getting them running.
Yeah.
And I've got like I've got a PA1 and an F7.
I like the F7s. Those are cool. So Jim's got a good question here.
Well, the advantage of DCC is that you can have several trains running on one track. So if I had DCC, I could control 5 or 6 trains running around on these 3 tracks easily. Plus you also have the sound. A lot of people like the sound, but I'm not sure that's really a plus, because I notice a lot of guys get the sound and they end up just turning it off because it's just too much.
Right. Right, especially if you're running a whole lot of trains at the same time.
But with the DCC, you can control the lights and a lot of features of a train. With DC, now, a DCC locomotive, you know, you're talking, I think the cheapest now on sale, you see them for $160, $170 US, the cheapest.
Yeah.
But a lot of them are $200, $300, $400 for a locomotive. Whereas I can get a used DC locomotive for less than $50. I can get one for probably $20 that I might have to tear down and work on and get running.
Right.
So the big advantage for DC is the cost. You know, I can get controllers fairly reasonable. So I think a starter set for a DCC is around $200.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to go with Digitrax or the, I forget what the other one is. It was NCE or yeah, I think it's NCE. Yeah, those start at like $200.
Now, there's a lot of cool things that DCC does. You know, being able to run your trains at different speeds.
And that's exactly what Mon just pointed out. The manual control against the program control. So DCC, when you input the information, it travels into the track. Instead of just giving just a blanket command to the track, it travels through and is picked up by a very specific train.
Right.
So the decoder inside it recognizes that signal that you're giving it, and the other ones don't recognize it, so they won't do anything.
Right.
DC, if I put all 3 of my locomotives on a single track, turn the power on, and turn the throttle, all 3 of them would take off.
And they'd work pretty good, except that they all go different speeds.
Yeah. But with a layout like this one, though, mine, I've taken and I put isolators, so I've got turnouts set up where I can cross over between the tracks.
Right.
But I use little rail joiners that are plastic that keep the tracks isolated. So that way I can run trains on this middle track with one controller, and I can use another controller to run trains on another track.
Right.
And they don't affect each other.
Yeah.
Now I can take, and I can put a train on the outer track. Yeah, absolutely, Jim. Keep it simple. But I can take and put a train on this outer track with no other trains on the track and use all 3 controllers set going the correct directions. And I could set the switches, and I could run one all the way around the outer loop, hit the crossover to the middle loop, hit the crossover on the inner loop, and go all the way back out.
Right.
Using all 3 controllers and control the one train over the whole distance.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
So that was pretty fun to do, and I've got a video we did that. But if you're just getting into the hobby, I think DC is a pretty good way to go, because you can keep the cost down. You can spend the money on building up the layout itself, doing the scenery and buildings, and spending the money on those kind of things to make it visually appealing and interesting. And then down the road, you can always change over if things change.
Yeah.
You know? But
I can see us getting interested in that after we've done all this scenery.
Yeah.
And we're looking for more things to do.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, what I've seen, and why I'm glad that I wired this so that DCC will work, As I see a lot of guys will take and they'll set up to where they've got DC and DCC, and you can take a double pull switch and set it in the middle right there, so you can flip it one way for DC, the other way for DCC.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So you can use all the same tracks and do the same thing.
Right.
So I could see down the road us doing something like that.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, everybody's headed for the mountain.
Yeah, let's get over the mountain. Oh, that's not the mountain. There it is. Oh, everybody blew by. Oh, here comes the SP.
There we go.
I gotta get another Southern Pacific one with a headlight.
Yeah. Either that or we need a minifigure with a lantern.
Yeah. There he is. Yeah, that looks just like the locomotives used to run through my town. Yeah, you can see in this shot here, on the end, I've got the 3 different controllers setting up, and each one is set for a different loop. The one all the way to the right runs the very outside the loop. The one in the middle runs that center loop, and then the one with the red knob runs the inside loop that does the peninsula.
That's a good point, Peter. We're really glad for the ones we have that are DCC ready.
Yeah, so this Union Pacific is like that. It's DCC ready. So I could just get a plug and plug it in. Yeah, it's a great starting point.
Now, haven't we seen people figure out, though, how to add DCC to some of the regular locomotives?
Oh, yeah. So we were talking about Scott Rills earlier. He's got a bunch of video on taking locomotives and installing a decoder on locomotives.
Well,
Where he gets in there and he does the whole wiring and everything.
that's pretty cool.
You know, it's actually not that hard to do, I don't think. You know, looking at it, it's just understanding the colored wire codes, what they do.
Right.
You know. Yeah, Jim, the starter set that I started with, my dad gave me, and it was a Tyco with an F7 and about 3 pieces of rolling stock and a caboose.
That
And
was
it
our
had-
Christmas train.
Yeah, and it had some snap track. You just snap the pieces together and do a little oval. That's what got me started. Need another beer. Keep them entertained, Roxy. Make sure you keep talking.
That is true. There needs to be room in the shell. Oh, that's pretty cool. That must be a collector's item. That sounds like a fun set to have as a kid.
Sounds like trains running down here.
There are trains running down here. You have a great day today, Mon. We're really glad you joined us.
Yeah.
It's time for Mon to go do things with her day. With their day.
Hey, thanks for coming and joining us, Mon. Have a great day, huh?
Doesn't that sound like a cool train set?
Yeah.
With a cannon and everything.
If you hit the button, that boxcar blew apart.
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Yeah, it's definitely a big learning experience. I've been learning how to tear apart a locomotive and clean it up, rebuild it, put it back together, get it running good. So I've done that. The Southern Pacific I got in there didn't run at all when I got it, and I got it cheap, really cheap. But I liked the way it looked. You know, it looked like an old, been running, used
Yeah.
locomotive out in the real world. You know, it looked like a workhorse.
Mm-hmm.
So I just liked the look of it. But I got it running, so I got that figured out. Learning how to it's an old bathroom blue box is what it is,
Yeah.
and those are kind of fun to work on. I like working on those. But then my dad started doing the O gauge, and he had a locomotive that he couldn't get running. He brought it to me. So now I got to learn how to do an O gauge.
That's going to be a whole learning curve because it has been really different
It was quite a bit different, quite a bit. And the problem with his is they have a separate unit called a E unit on there, and that controls the train being able to go forward and reverse.
Oh.
And it's got like this little pawl and cog on them, and the pawl was just worn out, just bent, worn out. Mm-hmm. So I ended up having to tear it down, rebuild the E unit, and then got it working. It runs good now.
Yeah.
But man, that was I was holding my breath because Dad really liked this Illinois Central locomotive he had. He really liked it and was disappointed it didn't run very well. Let's see, what's our 3D print doing here?
So I noticed you used the lightning fill for this one.
Yeah, I think the setting was still set on that.
Yeah.
But I kind of like that lightning setup because you look at it, it looks like a little lightning.
It does.
It's getting about. But it uses much less filament and it prints faster. Yeah, that's the Lionel trains.
The steam locomotive is Lionel, isn't it?
Yeah. So when Dad passed away, I inherited all of his O-gauge, and I went to his house down the basement. We tore down the layout that he was working on, and we're going to rebuild that down here in the basement here and probably expand on it. But he's got a whole bunch of, he was interested in the locomotives of this area here in Illinois. Mm-hmm. So he's got a whole bunch of coal cars. They all are Lehigh Valley, which is out of the area, but they look great. You know, they look really cool. Good. And he's got that Illinois Central locomotive, but he's also got that Lionel steam locomotive, which is kind of fun.
It is fun. I like that it does the puffs of smoke and creates the ambiance.
Yeah, it's got the voice on there.
Yeah. And you can see the guys inside the train really
I'm the fastest you can hire.
What's fun too is all of the Menards things for the layout too. Yeah.
Dad was he liked buying the Menards buildings and stuff because he particularly liked. I can't remember the name of the dog.
I think it's Jake. I'm not sure though.
But every one of their buildings, if you get like a water tower, if you get the silo, it's got a dog that was, I guess, his pet dog, the guy that owns Menards. But it's got a dog on every scene. So Dad always liked looking for the dog.
It's Jack the dog.
Jack, yeah. This looks like it's printing pretty well. Let me go up and take a look at it. Oh yeah, lightning.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of fun with the steam locomotives, where you can get the smoke and it just creates a whole vibe around the layout.
You see my phone?
Mm-hmm.
Zoom. I think next week's live we got to be working on the mountain.
Yeah. We got to do it sometime.
Yeah. I just don't want it to be too boring for people, you know. They'd be bored sitting there watching us piddle around on the mountain.
Well, they tune in every week to see us piddle around on stuff.
That's true. Yeah, Lionel was definitely a trailblazer in the hobby.
Oh, yeah.
That's definitely one of the things I liked about Dad's. I like it's going along, and sometimes it's do like smoke rings.
Yeah.
It just look cool.
Thanks, Jim. We try hard.
Yeah, we first started this channel. I was just trying to get through a video without spouting blood.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta stay within those YouTube twos.
Yeah. Oh, they're running saws. They're like, hey, notice how my fingers never leave my hand, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's still got all my fingers.
You've made me pause a few times, but
Yeah.
so far it's worked out.
Yeah. Yeah, the beginning of this, that's one of the parts I really, really enjoyed was the bench work.
Mm-hmm.
Because the woodworking side of it is something I knew. I understood. It made sense to me. You
Yeah.
know? So it's not something I had to absolutely get out and learn.
Right.
You know, I had to figure out and understand certain principles about woodworking in regards to model railroading.
Sure.
You know, certain things you need to make sure of. But, you know, the actual work of the woodwork itself and building things, I mean, shoot, I could build you a house. You know, I know I've done it.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you're a real precise builder, so it always comes together the way
Yeah.
you wanted it to.
So that whole side of it was kind of fun to do. It was
Yeah.
actually pretty neat. And I think I was mostly excited about the fact, usually, you know, woodworking like this, you know, I was out in our garage,
Mm-hmm.
so you're kind of exposed a little bit to the weather, you know, the cold and things like that. And, or if I was out doing framing and stuff, I was out in the weather doing
Yeah.
it. So it was exciting to me to be out in the basement, the protected area. I got my saws all set up and everything, being able to do all that work down in here in a controlled environment.
Yeah.
That was way cool. That was a good experience. But it's been since the bench work has been the big learning curve.
Well, now we're into my field. We're doing arts and crafts.
Yeah. And I've just never been a real artsy guy. You know?
It's coming together, though.
Although I do find that I do surprise myself quite often. Yeah, the swing bridge, there is a kind of a ramp rest area on the outboard end of it on the fixed side.
Mm-hmm.
So when you bring the bridge around, because it naturally, you got just a couple of hinges, you got everything just kind of hanging on that, and it wants to sag just a hair,
Yeah.
which is okay when you open it. But when you close it, the ramping area that we have, it pulls it in and gets everything back level and exactly where it needs to be. So everything holds good. And we put the latch on the outside that holds the back and forth position perfectly.
Yeah.
So that made a big difference.
So we need those tracks to align just right, or we're off the tracks all over the place.
Yeah, Jim, and my basement also slopes. And I think most do, because you got to think about any kind of drainage that might need to be done. So I've got actual drains that run down the center, you know, a grate with a drain,
Mm-hmm.
and the floor slopes from the outer walls in.
Right.
But I used leg levelers on my bench work so you could adjust the height to accommodate for the slope of the floor. That way you can get nice level bench work. And we spent a lot of time with levels.
Oh, yeah.
Making sure we got it dead on.
But I think it's good too. Those leg lifts also helped the time that the basement did flood to keep
Yeah.
the layout dry.
Yeah, yeah. We did have last year. We had a huge rain come through, and it backed up everything, the whole drainage system in the town. And a lot of people got way flooded basements. We got about maybe an inch of water in part of the basement here.
Yeah.
Which I was shocked when I came downstairs and went, holy smokes. But with the leg levers and everything, it keeps it an inch. And I think at the highest point, we're like an inch and a half off the floor.
Yeah.
So it's got just enough slope to make water run down that way. But you can see on each one of these, the little black spot at the bottom of the legs, and you can see there's a gap at the bottom. But yeah, getting back to that swing bridge, that was a definite learning experience there. There's a couple of things that I hadn't experienced before. I had to figure out how to get the right arc into it to be able to get the tracks to line up. I had to figure out how to get it where it stayed level and straight all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I started out, I wanted to put a lift bridge in there, but the kind of width that I wanted to be able to pass through there, and the height of the ceiling, it was just too close.
Yeah.
So that's why I went with a swing bridge. And I really don't see anybody else doing swing bridges. It's not that often you run into one.
No, not a lot of them.
So I think they tend to be somewhat problematic if you don't get them right.
I can see how it could be.
Yeah. But this one, I don't know, I guess we got lucky. This one works pretty well.
That's something we've got in common, Jim. I live in a 1920s house, too. It's an adventure when you look down at the foundation level.
Yeah. But you're walking around the house, those old houses, all the built-ins, woodwork.
Oh, I love it.
They're
It's
just
beautiful.
awesome. This house I live in now, it actually was, I don't know what year it was originally built, but it had a fire and burned this house up.
Mm-hmm.
They tore it down and rebuilt it in the 70s. Which you could tell when I bought it, it had that 70s carpet and a lot of the 70s decor going on it. And an older lady that owned this house, older widower, and she'd passed away. We bought it from her son. But it was definitely a 70s house, man.
M&M Rails, thanks for joining us.
Here he is. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, Liz, we've been doing a Sunday Live for
A couple weeks now.
quite a few.
Yeah.
So we thought about doing a live, and when we started looking around, realizing there's lives like every night. There's no good place to do it where nobody else is doing them.
Yeah.
So we just picked a time that was good for us, and been doing it every Sunday, 4 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, this house here, there's a lot of funny things to it. I'm like, why would they do that? You know?
I think you're right, Eminem. There's definitely a little bit of slippage on getting the whole video out because we're spending all Sunday hanging out with everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Although we like it.
No, there was gold shag carpets and a paisley carpet in one of the rooms.
Oh, yeah.
Another room had a brilliant red shag carpet.
Mm-hmm.
Another bedroom had
The blue one.
a brilliant blue carpet.
Yeah.
There's just all these different carpets. It's like, oh my goodness. But yeah, we've been staying on top of putting the videos out. We did have a couple of health things going on a week
Hiccups.
ago
Yeah.
that threw us out, but we're usually just ahead of schedule on our getting our video put together and getting
Yeah.
all the clips and stuff. So we're about a week ahead most of the time. And but yeah, we our general schedule is we do one long form video on Thursdays. We release a short on Monday and Friday, and then we do a live on Sunday.
Yeah.
And that's our normal week. I got a feeling they're coming. They're coming. Something's coming here. There it is. Well, I think we got an advantage. First edition was a bathroom. No more sprints in the middle of the night outside, huh?
There you go.
Yeah, I think we got an advantage when it comes to our schedule. The fact that I'm responsible for making sure I'm capturing the footage as I'm doing stuff. And then when Roxy's here on weekends,
We'll do it together.
Do it together, working on stuff and capturing video. I upload all the video to the cloud for us. We got a drive with Google Drive.
Yeah.
I upload them and I organize them in an order that makes sense. And then Roxy does all the editing during the week herself. I'm just not so good at that side of it. Roxy's gotten quite good at it. So I think for that, I think we got a bit of an advantage. We got kind of a...
We figured out a system that really works for us.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a money shot, huh? I'm really happy with how those 3D printed portals came out. And I love how the mountain's coming together. I got a lot more work to do on it. But it sure looks good.
I've been doing all my editing in Premiere Pro, which has been working out for me. I had an old edition of Premiere Pro from a while back that my husband got when he went to school for graphic design. So I got to learn how to use that, and then when it didn't do what I needed it to do anymore, it was just easier to upgrade to the most recent version. So it's been pretty good.
Yeah, and she spent some time. I've taken some notes. I could probably do some simple shorts.
Yeah.
But I think the long form videos is just way beyond my area of expertise.
It takes a lot of practice. I think it's really cool when I look back at the channel and I see our first videos when I didn't know anything about video editing and how it's changed along the way.
Yeah, the other day I was thumbing back through some of our old videos. I thought, oh my goodness, I'm surprised anybody watched this.
Right.
It was pretty bad. Lighting was horrible. And
Yeah. But we've since learned how to get better lighting, better angles, and also how to manipulate the program to get what we want out of our videos.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest learning curve for people getting a channel together is learning how to capture the video in the first place to make the editing easier.
Yeah.
You know?
What's the next challenge too is I've noticed when we go on field trips, we don't have a lot of practice out filming out in the world. Most of our practice is here in the basement, so that's going to be our next learning curve, is learning to be good at filming our field trips.
Yeah, yeah. But not that we take tons of field trips, but
Every once in a while.
we've got some ideas.
Yeah.
So there's a great train museum up there by Chicago.
I definitely want to go there one time.
So we want to make a field trip one time. We're going to hop on the train here in town, take a ride up, and go to the train museum up there.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the biggest in the country.
And we have to see it.
Yeah.
I hear they have this enormous model rail layout too that I really want to film.
Oh yeah, that train. That was a gift for Father's Day from my daughter and my son.
Yeah.
And we went up to the Monticello Railway Museum just north of us here, about an hour and 40 minutes, and the other side of Springfield a little ways.
Yeah.
And I actually got to go in there and drive a train. that was so amazing.
Yeah, that was really exciting. Well, for the personality thing, I don't know. Dad and I have been messing around for so many years.
Yeah.
It's easy when you're with somebody you're comfortable with and you already have a good relationship with.
It's one of the things in our family. You got to be thick-skinned, and you got to be quick-witted and sarcastic, and you fit right in.
Yep.
So my family, we have a good time. We've always been a tight-knit group. Ever since the kids were young.
Yeah.
Did a lot of stuff. We've done some interesting things as a family. So one of the things that I always thought was so great was when the kids were little, they were interested in music. So my son, he started taking guitar lessons. My daughter, she played keyboards and saxophones and played in school. My wife plays a bass guitar. I play guitar. We had a friend that plays drums, so we put like a family band together. And we used to travel all around in Washington State. We played at fairs, festivals. We played at weddings. We used to have so much fun.
It was fun, and it kept us kids out of trouble because we didn't have time to go run around and get in trouble.
Yeah, it was like the Partridge Family. I had an old Ford Econoline van. We'd pack up all the gear, amps, and the whole 9 yards, take off for the weekend, and go play somewhere.
It was a lot of fun. I remember one time we got to stay at a place that Willie Nelson stayed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he used to come out there to the what's the name of that festival?
It was in Twisp.
Yeah, it's over in Eastern Washington. There's a festival that Willie Nelson played at all the time. We went over there to play, and we stayed at this facility that Willie always stayed at, this trailer. That's the trailer we stayed at. It was great.
So we called ourselves the Family Tree.
Yeah, the Family Tree. And it was an interesting group because there's such a wide range. We would play country and western music. We would play classic rock music.
Yeah.
We would play 90s grunge.
Metal.
It was unusual to our set list. We'd play a Garth Brooks song, and the next play would be a Metallica song.
Yeah.
So it was really fun. But that was the rule of the band, is everybody got to pick the songs we would do.
Oh, yeah. Dad made a good point. Since then, we're not doing the band anymore, so no more going around playing music like that. So now we're all just doing karaoke every chance we get. It's been a lot of fun. The whole family gets in on it. We're streaming the live using OBS Studio. We haven't tried a lot of different softwares for running lives, but this seems to be working well and it's free. We have a lot of fun at it. Dad's got a version of Rebel Yell that's amazing. Oh, I'm sure you'd get both those things down, Eminem. I imagine there aren't many trains in Rhode Island. I have sat through some trains, just really long trains around central US. I'm always disappointed though that there's not cabooses anymore. Thanks for joining us, Eminem Rails. We'll talk to you soon. So our print progress so far is at 40%.
Roxy talking to karaoke with you. Yeah, my family loves to do karaoke. became a bike path. Yeah, the family's always been pretty tight. We do a lot of fun stuff together. Looks like this print's coming along pretty good. Oh yeah. Yeah, they've up in the Seattle area, they've got some areas where they've taken out the train tracks and they have bike packs. They got one that goes from the Puget Sound all the way up into the Cascades. Yeah, I've never been to Providence. Never been to Rhode Island at all. Yeah, it's a pretty decent bike ride.
That is that is a pretty epic bike ride.
Actually, been a while since I've ridden a bike. But when we lived in Japan, we didn't own a car, and we had your mom and I had bicycles,
Oh yeah,
and everybody in Japan's got bicycles.
right.
But I had mine, and it had a basket in the back, basket in the front. And her and I, we used to ride. There's a ways down to this one supermarket we liked, and we'd load up on groceries. I'd put a case of beer on the bike.
There you go.
Be pedaling it back, but we get a week's worth of groceries and everything, pedal them all in, and just right on back.
Next, okay.
Motorcycles. Yeah, I used to ride, but kind of gave up the motorcycles when I started having kids and stuff. Decided it's probably a little more dangerous. Kind of being careful about with the family and making sure I'm sticking around.
Well, we appreciate that. And it's usually not the motorcycle riders I'm worried about. It's everybody else on the road who's not looking out.
Yeah, well, you got to consider the age I was at the time when I was riding the bike.
Well, yeah.
So I had that Harley when Jerry and I were first married. I had a Harley, and her and I we used to take off on weekends. We lived in Southern California, so we used to take off from where we lived in the Santa Cruz Valley. We'd take it all the way, drive all the way through the desert, get out to the Colorado River, and camp the weekend out on the Colorado. But yeah, we'd take off on weekends, just camp, using the motorcycle. It was a lot of fun. I guess one of my favorite pictures of your mom and I. Her and I were sitting on the motorcycle, sitting on Parker Dam,
Yeah.
down there on the Colorado River.
Yeah, that was a good
And
scene.
I was like 19, and your mom was 18. And a couple of kids.
You were both wearing your bell bottoms?
Yeah. Of course, we weren't super smart about things either back then either. Just think about back then, I'm running around just wearing a pair of jeans, no shirt, no helmet.
Yeah, if you'd have gone down, it would have been a big deal.
Hell, I used to ride that motorcycle barefoot. But it was the mid-70s. Good tacos, huh?
Mom makes awesome tacos.
Yes, she does. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Jim. Boy, isn't that a fact? Yeah, I'm going to be 67 here in about a month.
And it's really hard trying to think of a birthday present right after you got your dad a train ride.
Cash works.
There you go. It sounds like you had a good time. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, rolling bomb there. Yeah, it's funny. I think about all the things we did growing up. Even right down to just riding in the back of a pickup.
Oh, yeah.
Just zipping down the interstate
Right?
like nothing. And these days, they'd be pulling you over and arresting you.
You'd always tell it was summer in Washington when people took all the doors off their Jeeps.
Yeah. Not even halfway through yet.
They let you through the drive-thru like that?
Nice. Yeah, those were different times. Yeah, I think a lot about that. You know, there's so often I think about things that used to be the norm, things we would do, that these days, if you're doing them, you end up in jail.
Mm-hmm.
You've been listening to the sound?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not too much train? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, that's sure a different era.
Ooh, that sounds painful.
Bam! Yeah, I think
it's state to state, isn't it?
yeah, it's a state to state thing. Depends on what state you're in.
Yeah. I know it was unexpected to arrive in Illinois and find out that they don't do the helmets here.
Huh?
I'm not used to seeing motorcycle riders without helmets on.
I think California was one of the early adopters of the helmet laws.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being on Interstate 40 and riding along, and you see all these guys on motorcycles at the Colorado River stopped,
Mm-hmm.
and they're either taking helmets off or putting helmets on, depending on whether they're going east or west.
Right.
Yeah, I think if I was driving motorcycles these days, I'd probably wear a helmet.
Yeah.
But back in the 70s when I rode, I didn't like helmets. I always felt like, you know, the old style helmets and everything, they had a block on the peripheral vision I couldn't see as well. And I don't like the way that they used to just capture air and just pull at your head all the time.
Right.
They were uncomfortable to wear.
But I do like when everybody, survives as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah. I had a few good accidents on my motorcycle.
I always remember the time my sibling was saved by a helmet and wouldn't be here if they hadn't had one on.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun.
I used to surf in California, but I had a Chevy van. We used to just pile the boards in on the weekend with a keg of beer and go down to the beach, spend the weekend on the beach chasing waves. That was a good time. Of course, the boards back then were a lot different than they are now. Boards back then were just like an aircraft carrier. Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, plus you can get away with driving around in your van with a kegger in it and a trash can, just passing the hose around. Or you could go down to the beach and start a campfire and open the back of the van, crank up the tunes. Yeah, they kind of shut all that down in California. Yeah, back in the day, that Southern California is a good place to grow up, I think. Ah. Yeah, I was really surprised the first time I saw the Great Lakes, how big they actually are. I was just impressed. You stand there, it looks like you're standing at the ocean, except you don't have the waves. But just the line of sight was just incredible to me. I did a kayak one time in California on the American River, running rapids and stuff. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, in my experience, they weren't much in the way of waves. Definitely not waves like you see in Hawaii. Hey, thanks for joining up, Jim, and hanging out with us, man. Really appreciate it, buddy. You have a good evening, okay? Jim just bailed out.
Oh, we'll see him next time.
Yeah. So I told him, hey, we're here every Sunday, man. More than welcome, come on back.
Oh, you get used to the cold water, but then we were a little more exposed to the cold water being up in Washington.
Yeah, when you guys were little, I'd go with you up to take you up to the river to swim.
Yeah.
By the house there. Man, I couldn't hardly get my feet in the water. It felt so cold. You guys didn't care. You just hit it.
Yeah, we were just glad to be in the water.
Yeah. I couldn't stand it. I was too used to those Southern California temperatures.
Yeah.
Lakes were warm. Any river you're in wasn't cold. Even the water at the beach wasn't cold.
No, we were used to swimming in glacier water.
Dude. No, I had to hike way into the Sierras to get that.
Yeah. Well, let her know, and if it doesn't work out, then maybe we'll switch things up or something. That print looks like it's coming out pretty great. I'm surprised it's only at like 50% right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's coming together nicely. So there's another one I looked at, but it's a long print. Yeah, I'm thinking this one you could take, there's another building that I looked at. You could take this one and you could place it right in front of it. So it's like stacked up like.
Oh, yeah.
It looked pretty good.
Yeah, that would add a lot of perspective.
Yeah. I'm thinking of breaking this stuff up into little pieces, little chunks that looks good here and there. Look pretty good.
Now I hear it takes some skill to do anything in the waters up around Michigan and Chicago. I hear the Great Lakes can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah. You ever see those pictures in the wintertime when the ice floes are coming off the lake and pushing up into the beach and into people's houses and shit?
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh my God. That's just insane to me. Check on both.
So that's actually a lake you can get out and drive on. That's crazy. Ice is so unpredictable, I'm never sure if that's okay.
So dark down here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm dying. So I'm thinking bare minimum, one more camera.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can have the 3 in the layout, one for printer, one for...
Yeah. That is a much better way to get out on the ice. So I asked Ben to make us a list and do some research to find out what we needed to get more cameras going.
Good.
So he's going to let me know.
Okay. See, you think you understood what you...
I think so, but you know, we'll see how it goes.
Because you tell him I was going... I keep asking him, but...
Well, we might be at the brink of having to go to a different kind of camera if we want to do that. And
Well, that's what he keeps
we're going
talking
back.
about, but what I'm asking him, because he keeps talking about these cameras are expensive.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and it's like, dude, what do I need to do? What do I change in here to be able to incorporate more cameras?
Right.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's what I told him this
Because
morning.
then I can make that decision, okay, the cost of this or
Wait.
the cost of this, which is the better direction to head.
Yeah. Have you ever done any ice fishing, Dad?
No, never have.
I've never tried that either.
But I thought about it. I said, you know, okay, you want to fish in the wintertime. These guys that go out on these lakes and they got them huts. They run out there. It's like a sled.
Yeah.
They go out there. They're sitting inside. It's like sitting in the shack. You got the heat. You got watching TV and set your rod. It's like, well, that sounds like a pretty good way to go.
Doesn't it?
Good way to spend a weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could go for that.
It's looks a lot better than those guys out on those big boats out in the ocean where you're not sure they're going to make it back.
I've had a few times like that. There was one time I was out that it was so rough and the waves are so big. I mean, we were busting over these waves, and I'm like, everybody on the boat was sick.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking there weren't any other boats in sight.
That's not a good
You
sign.
know, maybe we should be out here, you know?
Right.
I mean, those big old waves where you're sitting there and you're cresting over the top, crashing down like this, and then when you're in the middle, you just see a wall of water on this side, a wall of water on that. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I've seen some of those videos that I'm going, no, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it's just a lot.
I want to get back to shore with my fish so I can get them cooked up.
Yeah. But, you know, even though it was rough as hell, like, we caught a lot of fish.
Yeah, that was a productive fishing trip, wasn't it?
A lot of fish. But almost everybody on the boat was sick. I used to go when a kid. As a kid, we'd go out of Port Hueneme down in California.
Mm-hmm.
So Dad and all the guys he worked with would about, you know, every few months they would put together a fishing trip, go out on a charter boat, and you go leave at like 2 in the morning, and you churn and churn and churn just straight out to offshore, and just right about daybreak you'd stop and there's like a big shoal up, and we'd fish across that bottom up here on that shoal, and fishing was really good.
I bet you there's a lot of stuff to know about ice fishing.
Yeah, I would think so.
That could be dangerous for somebody on the first time.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. I'd also probably overestimate the size of the hole I'd need. I'd be like, no, I'm going to catch a really big fish.
Need a big auger for that.
Right? Hi, Eugene. Welcome.
Hey, Eugene, how you doing? We're all doing good here. We've just been hanging out, chilling out, shooting the breeze about fishing and model trains and 3D printing and everything in between, I think. I always wonder what this is, but I'm afraid to hit it.
Yeah.
Mess up the stream. Always kind of feel bad on days like this when Mom was up there, she cooked dinner and everything, and then she's in there doing all the dishes. It's like, oh,
She takes good care of us.
geez. She does. Well, the thing is, I do cooking every night.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what I need to do is come up with things that are easier
For the weekends.
for these kind of nights.
Yeah.
Do better planning, I think.
I still want to make those corn dog chili dogs.
I do too.
Yeah.
Corn dog, chili dogs. What can go wrong?
Exactly. It has to be good.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. But you think about it, 8-inch hole, that's a good size hole.
Oh, yeah, you could get a pretty good sized fish through
Yeah.
that.
And if he's a little bit bigger, if fish are slippery, you can just,
Yeah.
once you lip them, you can yard them right through.
Yeah. Yeah, it just depends on how determined you are.
Yeah. I would think the benefit of ice fishing, now we have to take an ice chest packed full of ice so you can get your fish and get them on ice right away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just throw them out there on the ice. They're done. They're ready.
You don't have to worry about your fish spoiling before you get
Yeah.
home.
In fact, we go down fishing on the Columbia, we'd put them on ice in the boat, and then we take our catch and we clean the catch, and I'd fillet out all the salmon. And there at the marina, they got a facility where you can get sea ice, which is saltwater ice. And it's all shaved, and we'd get, we'd take one ice chest, just get it packed full, and then we'd just layer it down, salmon. Layer it down, salmon.
Oh, yeah, that's the way to go.
Pack them all in sea ice.
A 40-foot northern, that's a big fish.
Yeah, that's a big fish, all right. I always wanted to get up in there and go after like pike and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Was the Columbia where you guys were catching all that rockfish?
No. The rockfish we're getting down there in Ballard.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the Columbia, we go down there, and that's where we catch all the salmon. And
Right.
you get salmon, and you can pick steelhead. You can get, if you go a little further up from the mouth, and you can get the, drawing a blank here.
Oh.
Damn prehistoric looking fish.
Not a 40-foot, a 40-inch.
Oh, I thought that said inch.
There's my reading skills for the day.
I can't even think of the name of that fish all of a sudden. Damn prehistoric looking thing.
Pete's making suggestions.
Yeah, coho, sockeye, sturgeon. That's what I was trying to think
That's
of.
it. Yeah. I
Just went
remember that.
totally blank. Yeah, we catch sturgeon out there, just a little further up from the mouth.
Yeah.
But the best fishing is over there around the Astoria Bridge. And
Oh,
we
yeah.
get in there 30, 40-pound salmon.
Mm-hmm.
Big old kings. I miss that salmon fishing.
Yeah, that was good fishing. I liked when you used to come home with a whole bunch of crab
Oh,
that
yeah.
you trapped, and it was crab fest time.
Yeah, Dungeness crab.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
And when it comes out of the ocean the same day you eat it, it's even better.
Well, we used to go out on the boat for the weekend and spend the weekend on the boat up in the San Juan Islands.
Mm-hmm.
And we throw out the crab pots, and we cook crab right there on the boat.
Yeah.
You know, we got a burner that sits right off the side of the boat. We just cook it all up and throw it all on ice. So we're out there fishing all weekend, eating crab, throwing shells in the water, and catching salmon.
That's awesome.
Makes for a good weekend. Yep, buoy 10. Yeah, that's a big time crabbing area. If you go just outside the mouth of the Columbia and you head north just along the beaches along there,
Mm-hmm.
there are commercial crab pots all over the place.
Oh, wow.
You know, and you get out there and you're trolling around for coho, and you're just swerving around all these crab pots everywhere. But the coho fishing's really good right there.
Right.
But man, I couldn't believe how many crab pots there are.
Mm-hmm.
There's just tons of them.
Well, it's big business in that area.
Yeah. Yeah, I miss that. Yeah, Joe and I used to go down. We'd just make days out of it and just camp out at the KOA.
Mm-hmm.
Take the boat, keep it in the marina. Get
Yeah.
up in the morning, go down, boom, hit it. Go fish the morning. Be back by the afternoon with a full limit.
Bass fishing, that's great too.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that lake fishing up there is pretty good.
Yes, isn't there a couple of different species where you got to be careful which fish you keep?
Well, yeah, I mean, like sturgeon, they got to be, I forget what the inches is, bigger than this, but they got to be smaller than this.
Right.
And it's a small window.
Yeah.
That's a
12 pounds.
sizable walleye.
Nice.
Nice.
It's like when people get lobster and you got to throw all the girl lobster backs.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's the same thing with a crab. You got to throw the females back.
Yeah, so they can make more.
Yeah, but you can keep the males. So there's been a lot of times we go out dungeons crabbing and you're pulling up pots and be full of crab, and you chuck 17, 18 crab back in the water and keep one.
Right.
You know, it's like ah. Yeah, my biggest fish to date was a 103-pound halibut that I caught up in Alaska in Petersburg.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when you went on that trip.
Yeah, that was a hell of a fish.
So you need special equipment to catch a fish that big, don't you?
Well, you got some pretty heavy line, and you got to use a heavy sinker to get down to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just a big lead ball that gets you all the way on the bottom. But well, you bring them up, and I'll tell you, it's hard to bring. It's like hauling a barn door through the water.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get them up. And then the sucker, I gaffed his ass, hauled him up into the boat, and he started flopping around, knocked me down, ended up on top of me, and was just beating the living shit out of me. I got out from under that thing and I had my club and I'm just beating the crap out of that fish. Dad and Joe were up in front of the boat just laughing. But I got all bruised up from that one.
You've got 7 people, Peter. I'll verify.
There you go. That's a big walleye, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's big fishing over in eastern Washington over at Banks Lake.
Oh, yeah?
The walleye fishing over there, that's a big deal there. Get some nice walleye. That's just north of Dry Falls where I like to go fly fishing for trout.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now I'm sitting there feeling all nostalgic because I'm talking fishing.
I know.
I like the pattern of all this. It's
Yeah.
like, what is it? What is it?
We might have to get some of our other stuff going on over on the other channel.
Yeah.
Do some fun fishing things or maybe some cooking.
Yeah, you run a risk doing that kind of stuff.
You can definitely get in trouble with the game wardens, can't you?
I mean, well, they can come in, they can take your boat, your gear, your truck, everything.
Yeah.
They can take it all. That happens quite often. Guys during shrimping season there in the Puget Sound, guys will get out there and they'll take more than the limit and hide them in the boat, and then
Yeah.
you know it's like. And then wardens, they come in, you got a full catch of it. They'll go in and they'll search your boat,
Oh, man.
and you can lose your boat. But you know they got these rules for a reason.
Well, yeah.
You know,
It's,
that's what keeps the stock
right.
going. You know, it's like you used to be able to go down and fish for the rockfish. Well, now you can't fish for rockfish anymore because people just overfished it. They go over there and they take way more than they're supposed to, and it takes them a long time to grow. I mean, rockfish live to an old age.
Right.
You know? Yeah, it bothers me when I see guys totally breaking the regs like that, because there's a good reason for them.
Well, we all want to be able to go back later and have there be more.
Well, exactly.
fish
Yeah.
for.
I want to keep crabbing,
Yeah,
but if you're taking all the females out, you know, there's nobody there making more crab.
exactly.
Now I'm wishing I had some crab.
I know. Ben got imitation crab, and it just makes me want real crab.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a while back we got some, and I was like, God, this is disappointing.
Yeah. He
Yes.
grew up eating it, so it's normal for him.
I
but-
think imitation crab is fish, it's pollock.
Yeah.
You know, usually it's pollock. So you don't really get that salty, saltwater taste you get with like Dungeness crab, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing like it.
So how'd you go on that short?
Hmm.
How'd you do on the short?
I'm waiting for things to download. Being patient. I did get to clean out all that extra video footage from my computer that I hadn't been able to clean out before.
Oh, nice. There you go.
So now the Premiere Pro should run really nice.
Good.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, that sounds great.
I think we should all go to Pete's house for crab gumbo.
Yeah. Gumbo. I love gumbo. Gumbo, jambalaya. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So I had an uncle who was Cajun, and my aunt, she learned to cook from his mom, and she gave me a bunch of his recipes.
Oh, that's cool.
It's just, you know, that jambalaya recipe I
Is
got?
that where that came from?
That came from my Aunt Sandy. I got
I
that.
love
I got a
that
gumbo recipe. I got an etouffee.
Mm-hmm.
I love that kind of cooking. Gumbo is so good. That looks weird where it's printing way back across. It goes, whoop,
Yeah.
up here real fast. Wait, let me print over here.
Us too.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to when we get more background done. I'm loving how the background looks around the mountain.
Yeah, yeah. What I'm liking about the mountain is the way it's fitting in with the painting we did on the backdrop.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fitting in there real good. I'm just sitting there thinking about my aunt's gumbo. She used to make this other Cajun meal, and I know I've made it before. It was the pork, rice, and gravy one.
Oh yeah, I make that every once in a while. It's
I
so
haven't
good.
made that in years.
I think I made it last year. We'll have to do that again because I love that meal.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
that pork
yeah.
roast stuff with the Holy Trinity,
Yeah,
covered in the spices.
and you cook it all day so it falls apart.
Yeah.
That was perfect. Back to train talk.
I thought this was train talk.
We eat food on trains.
Yeah, sitting there talking about food and trains. My gosh. Well, whatever you did in there, I guess the trains are running better now.
I was afraid to breathe on the trains when I left because every time I went and reached for the door, one of them come uncoupled.
Yeah, it's really weird. I go for 2-3 hours, not a problem, and all of a sudden it's just thing after thing after thing.
Yeah.
That one, they seem to be doing pretty good though. It looks like they're
Yeah, it
tracking
looks
well.
like everything's running right. Nobody's caught up to their rear cars yet.
I gotta get after that other black tank right now.
You have a third one?
Yeah, I got another one sitting up on the bench right there. I gotta finish fixing that. Remember, I bought it and I got it, and the frame was all busted,
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
so I gotta build a new frame for it.
That wire work's pretty tedious, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. We'll see. I mean, I figure what's the worst can happen? If I can't fix it, I'll use it to put in the scrapyard as a wrecked train or something.
Yeah. That makes me think of when we visited the Litchfield Model Rail Club and they had a whole train wreck on their layout.
Yeah, that was cool.
August, hi! Your grandchildren have joined.
Yeah, August, all about the emojis there.
He's got a mastered.
Yeah. guess you do them here.
Mm-hmm.
Weird looking critter. Nice. I know the younger folks are all about the. Oh, we're too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, the younger folks are all about saying all kinds of things, just using emojis, and it never makes sense to me.
I don't know, I think if you look at every generation, they've got a different way of talking.
Yeah.
Every group does. But it gets their point across, right?
Well, not if I don't understand what they're saying.
That is true. Well, there are just some emojis you don't explain to your parents. I like how that wall that you put across the front of the mountain, I think that's going to be good once we add a lot more to it.
Yeah, I got to print a bunch of that up.
Yeah, it looks good there.
Looks like a little smiley face up in the back.
I think it'd be a really cool opportunity to get to ride one of those bullet trains like you rode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds so neat. To be
Yeah, they
going
are.
so fast.
They are pretty cool.
How many feet's the layout, Dad?
Well, it's 16 foot across, 15 foot wide.
The peninsula
Yeah,
is
16
8.
deep, another 8 foot of peninsula. So that's a lot of square footage.
It is.
Yeah, so this whole thing's laid out. It's 16. This run you see along here is 15 foot. Goes across the back 16 foot. And then there's an 8 foot peninsula coming out. Oh, Shinkansen. I've ridden the Shinkansen from Nagoya to Tokyo. That's an amazing train, and it moves.
Yeah.
You feel it when it takes off, but when you're driving along, you don't get to feel the speed unless you're looking straight out the side window. It starts just flying by. But you don't feel the speed, the motion of it.
Right. Right, you get used to it pretty quickly.
Yeah. Of cool looking trains.
Yeah.
They look so neat.
Well, and that's an awesome amount of connectivity between areas to be able to get people back and
Oh,
forth
it
that
is.
fast.
It is. The rail system they got down there is cheaper and just as fast to hop with the Shinkansen to go anywhere
Right.
up and down the length of Japan.
Yeah.
You know, why would you fly when you could just hop the train and go?
Oh, yeah.
And they're really comfortable, the seating and everything. That big wide seats that sit back.
So it's not like being crammed in.
Yeah, and you can get food, and they've got lounges, and
That sounds really nice.
if you're a smoker, they got smoking rooms you can go into.
Mm-hmm.
Have a smoker, and they're well ventilated, so it's not just a big massive cloud.
Right.
Yeah, the train system in Japan is amazing because it runs like clockwork. If you got a train that shows up at a appointed time and leaves at a appointed time, you better be standing right there or you're missing your train because it
Yeah.
will be there and leave.
Oh, yeah.
So I used to ride the trains every day to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd walk a couple blocks from my house and I'd drop down into the subway, which would take me to the main train station in Nagoya, and then I'd hop another train that would go above ground to take me, one facility I worked up north, and another I worked down south. But I'd take that train and then hop off the train there and walk a couple blocks right into the factory.
Right.
So, but it was train everywhere you wanted to go, any place you wanted to go in Japan, we'd hop the train and go.
When I think about, here in the States, there's a lot of people that would be a lot more mobile with access to trains and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we're so far behind the times on that. And you get the trains, but the passenger trains are always having to pull aside and wait for freight trains to go by.
Yeah.
And
Kind of needs its own system.
yeah. In Japan, you don't have that problem. These trains are they're passengers freight.
And their freight is on a whole different line.
Yeah. Yeah, if they could dedicate some lines for passenger freight here, it would probably be much easier than going to an airport, unless you're going like to New York or someplace like that.
Right.
Which, if they had high-speed rail, would be great.
Yeah.
But if you're on the West Coast wanting to go to the East Coast, you're better off flying.
Right. Although I have watched some videos about the train ride across country, and while it's not a great way to commute because it takes a long time, it looks like it would be a great trip. Just a lot of fun to do.
Yeah, I'd like to take a train sometime just from here, from Illinois,
Yeah.
and take a train to the West Coast.
Yeah.
That'd be good. I want to do that sometime when I go to visit Dell. I want to just hop on the train here in town and go to Everett.
Mm-hmm.
But you think about it, if they got good trains going, I mean, even within the states, if you live like California, it's a big state, big long state. I think it's like 800 miles in length from the bottom to the top.
Mm-hmm.
And Texas was wider than that.
Yeah.
So if you got good train stuff going on, you could hop on trains and go any place.
Yeah. That would be pretty great.
So I know they're working on put in a high-speed rail from LA to Las Vegas, which would be a good thing because the 15, you want to hop on the 15 to go to Vegas from LA on a weekend, forget about it, man.
Right.
It's a traffic jam. It's a parking lot the whole damn way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this country's missing the boat.
Steve, hi, welcome.
Hey Steve, how you doing? Well, thanks for subscribing. I really appreciate that. Yeah, East Coast CSX right in your backyard, huh? Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like I'm really fortunate to have this kind of space to build this in. You know, I spent a lot of time down here in the basement working on this, working on the trains, just hanging out, watching YouTube videos and everything.
You were just gonna make a little layout, and then we give you this big old room.
Yeah, it started out with just that little 8-foot peninsula there that's in the middle. Man, that would be awesome. I saw a video, a couple of guys that take video, and they got a train just running just on the other side of their fence in their backyard. Just amazes me. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. And well, not only that is there's, you know, it's mountainous there in Hawaii too. So I think there's a limit in the roads to begin with. Yeah, I've seen those G-scale. There's a hobby store to the north of me in Springfield, Castle Trains, that they have an outdoor G-scale that's really neat to go watch in the summertime. It's pretty cool. I wouldn't mind doing that myself. Although I understand those G-scale trains are pretty expensive. But I would imagine they're fairly easy to work on because of the size of them. Oh, the mainland. Yeah, I think for myself too, I would think I would have to go secondhand on those. But they sure look cool. I would love to have a garden railroad. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even real sure what a. Like, let me look one up real quick here. Look online. How much does a G-scale locomotive go for? Wow. Well, I think the cheaper ones I see newer are just under $400. Well, here's a Pico. Looks like a little steam loco with lights for $326. Hey, yeah, it looks like a lot of these though are $400 or $500. Yeah, I'd say running G-scale Running G-scale is going to be an expensive endeavor. But, you know, HO, it's an affordable thing to do. You know, especially if you go secondhand on a lot of stuff. You know, you can get locos relatively inexpensive on eBay if you really keep your eye peeled.
Yeah.
Some of it's definitely overpriced, but you know, you can find project locomotives and learn to work on them and fix them. I've picked up a few that didn't run at all and been able to get them running, and saved a lot of money doing that. And you can do the same thing with your rolling stock. We did spend quite a bit of money on track and cork, though.
We did. It always seemed like we needed more.
Yeah. But that's because I kept changing the plan and expanding the layout.
Yeah.
But I think we're at where we're at with this one. But until we get this one all finished, we won't be expanding much.
Well, Dad's not the kind of guy that's going to help you not build a layout. He's the kind of guy that's going to help you build one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, my wife's been pretty understanding of this whole endeavor. And she knows I got to have something to stay busy with, and she's glad I stay engaged.
Mm-hmm.
But she makes sure I'm mindful of the dollars. Yeah, I just enjoy getting the trains running and just watch them running in loops like this. Just going and going. Just doesn't get old to me. Oh yeah, 3D printing. That's like a game changer for this hobby.
It is.
Pretty much all the buildings I have here, I 3D printed on ours. I have a Creality Ender 5 Plus is what I use, and it's great for buildings and stuff. There we go. Yeah, here's our ender right here. So here I'm building a factory flat. This is actually an apartment building flat design I got of a Thingiverse, but it reminded me of a factory office building at a place I used to work with all the windows. The small windows were all offices, and then the big windows were these meeting rooms. So this is going to end up being a pretty good building. And if you look on the channel, we've got a bunch of shorts where we're printing a bunch of different buildings.
Yeah, the original STL for this print was by Kerbumble. He's got a lot of great HO and N-scale prints on his page.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, these prints, even if you find a design you like, you can always scale them up or down. Mm-hmm. You know, if you find something HO and you model an N, you can scale it right back down on your slicer program. So it's easy enough to do. But yeah, I'm with you. I You know, I like watching other guys do the switching operations, but I'm more interested. I just enjoy watching the trains just running.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that hails back to growing up in the town I lived in. It was more of a pass-through. You know, they were either heading down south into L.A. or they were heading up north and going to end up over in Tehachapi, you know, or heading east. So it was just kind of passing through the town I was at all the time. Not a lot of switching going on. And of course, back in those days, Southern California was all Southern Pacific.
Yep.
That's what you saw. Occasionally you'd see a Santa Fe.
Yeah. Until the mergers.
Yeah. Hey, where's all my trains? There they are. They're all at the top. Oh, this is going to get good down here at the... Go around the mountain, everything's coming in at once. Zoom. Nice. Oh, I love it. So yeah, the 3D printing, this whole, all these portals and walls up here around the mountain, I all did on the 3D printer and just painted them all up. Same thing with that big tank that's down at the back end, back in the corner there. This bridge was a Walther's kit. I built that out of a Walther's kit and just painted and weathered it up. Yeah. The right coast. Yeah, this is all filament printer. So I haven't gone with the resin yet. Now, one thing, I'm a little hesitant to do it down here in the basement. I haven't figured out how I could ventilate it well enough. I don't feel like the filament printer really puts off a whole heck of a lot of fume. But when you're doing resin too, you got a lot of post-processing you got to do as well.
Clean up and yeah.
But I sure see a benefit if you're doing small, detailed stuff.
I think at some point we'll want to get into that because we'll get down to those little things that we aren't quite seeing what we want out there, so we'll figure out how to make it.
Like fish in the river?
Yeah.
Yeah. People? Yeah. Illinois Central, South Shore branch. Yeah, where I grew up, it was all freight all the time. Is mostly box cars, and you had car carriers. There was a lot different. I mean, back then it was like in open carriers, not like you have now. But they're all wide open. You look up, you see a double decker going by full of cars. Or you had flatbeds with semi trailers on them.
That's before they made the kind of car trailers that flip the cars up.
Yeah. Yeah, now you see those car carriers and they're all covered on the outsides and everything, so nothing can happen to the cars.
Which makes sense.
Hey, Derek. Yeah, we thought a lot about that, so I got the basement windows here, but they don't crank open, and I think I would have to end up taking out the glass and then maybe putting in a piece of plywood that I could put a vent through.
Yeah.
But I just haven't taken that step to do that. And I've been thinking about that because I want to do that for I want to build an airbrush station and a station that I could use rattle cans as well. Yep, here we're coming down to the mountain again. Woo. Here comes the inside loop. Yeah. What's the deal, Roxy? You only got 7 boxcars on that thing?
We had to let one go. It's in the shop for repairs.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. What happened there?
Yeah, I don't know if you'll notice the same thing I did, but when I put it on at the re-railer, and I went back and forth with it, it didn't feel like all the other cars did. And once I got that one off, it stopped derailing.
Well, they're all running pretty good now, so.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Derek? That mountain coming along pretty good? I've been carving away on it. I've added some extra stuff along the back wall there.
Pepto Ridge.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought about it. Where I've got it sitting here, it might be a little hard to do. Because there's a whole lot of wiring that runs along that outer wall right there. But over on the airbrush side where I do my airbrushing, I might be able to do that. Yeah, it's always a dilemma. Usually for me, I've got to sit and think about things for a while before I make a decision. Slow and steady wins the race. What are you looking at?
Oh, I was looking at downloadable content for the train simulator game. I was looking to see if we could get our Southern Pacific locomotive. Although I just found a really cool one with the Northern Pacific and successor Burlington Northern Freight tonnage.
Nice.
Over Bozeman Pass across the Big Sky country of Montana. Sounds
Nice.
like a good run.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Roxy's got the bug. She's been looking at train simulators.
Well, we can't just go out and drive a train every day.
Why not?
Because you haven't got me one yet.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to top that experience.
It is. Yeah, it wouldn't take too much, would it? A lot of people use something like a range hood or something to...
Yeah, well, I got the box over here I could use.
That's true.
It's already got the fans and everything. I just have to build a box in the top that direct everything out,
Yeah.
and then put the duct. So I've been looking at that area over there. It's already got a dryer vent that goes out there.
Right.
I was thinking I could do the same thing right there next to it. It's only got to be something like that,
Mm-hmm.
to force it out.
Train Sim 6 looks pretty cool. We used SCARM when we decided to design our layout. Just for track placement and things like that.
I think he's talking about. So SCARM is the software for track planning.
Yeah, that's the one that you use. Right?
Yeah, and he's talking train sim. So I think he's talking about one. I'm not sure what that is, but I think he's talking about the train simulators.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been looking at them because it looks like it'd be a lot of fun to play. I've watched some YouTube videos and playthroughs.
Yeah. Well, there's that one guy you showed me, and he's got that whole console and everything. It's got the
Yeah.
throttles and everything on. It's like, oh, that looks cool.
Yeah, all the fun train controls.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see where we're at with this print. Yeah, it's doing all the brickwork now.
What percent are we at?
66.
66%.
Yeah, 66% complete. It's working on the detailed brick pattern on the face of it. So so this print is a flat for a building. It's actually supposed to be an apartment building, but this looks like an office building in a factory I used to work at.
Yeah.
So I'm going to repurpose this as a factory flat
We
for a part of that.
we switch back to the nested life. Oh, the other flat you built.
Oh, yeah, that's another flat for a factory.
Yeah, the one up close is a factory flat. The small box further out, that is a
Transfer.
warehouse, isn't it?
Yeah, transfer station.
Yeah.
So that's where you pull a box car up and you offload stuff on it and transfer it off the trucks and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think our next slide we need to set some cameras so you can see some of that stuff a little better.
Yeah.
Because we've got that big old 3D printed flour mill in the back corner.
That came out really cool.
Yeah. In the other corner we got the big grain silo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no doors yet. We haven't decided exactly what we're doing with it.
You're talking about the doors on that blue deal there? It's that factory flat there. That's supposed to be like the back side of a building.
Yeah.
It's facing into towards a yard.
Oh, that's really interesting. I'll have to check out more about the scarn.
So SCARM is what I used to design this track. And I know they do got a simulator where you can run a train around on it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I never quite figured out how it works.
Oh, good looking out, Peter.
Printed trees. I wonder if... printed trees.
Oh. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it too much and how it would look on the layout. Let's see.
Yeah, I wonder if you could print trees more on with maybe a resin printer.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a matter of just flocking afterwards to...
Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't really thought about that. Yeah, I think you might be right on that with the vent hole. The more restrictive you make it, the more pressure you have, where pretty soon it takes a lot of power of a fan to push anything out.
Right.
So the larger, the lower the pressure has to be to move air.
Could that be more of a thing in the winter when the house is all closed up too?
No, it has to do with if you take, it's even like the design, you think about the design of a jet motor. So you start out here and the fans are all in like this and they compress it down towards the rear.
Right.
You know, it compresses and goes in tighter. It provides more force.
Right.
Same thing for an exhaust fan. If you're this big here and you go down like this, by the time you get down here, there's a lot more pressure. It's harder to move the air.
Oh, okay.
So you don't want to compress the air. You want the air to freely flow.
Right. That's something to look out for too.
Yeah. But what I was thinking about was using something that was like the size of so I got a dryer vent up here that fans out through the side. I was thinking something that side, and that's what, about 6 inches
Yeah.
or so?
You could do 6 or 8 inches for your standard dryer hose.
Yeah, so I was thinking that something like that might work pretty well. And I've got this box that I've got set up that's already got I've got a filter in there. You got a dual fan on the top that if I reverse wire, it'll blow the other way.
Yeah.
And then if I build a box around it and then a vent hood kind of setup where it filters right into that duct,
Yeah.
it should suck the air out and up and through. You know, and the filter would catch particulates,
Right.
but it's really getting the fumes out.
Yeah. Well, that would enable you to, like, say in the winter when you want to prime parts and stuff, you could use that area for that too.
Yeah, because last winter I had to go into the garage and do it out in the garage with the garage door open,
And that's
which
not
is a
ideal.
problem. Your mom's got her car parked in there, and so it's like,
So
yeah, we don't have any reversing loops on this. However, I do have turnouts there's 2 turnouts at the top that you can switch between tracks. There's turnouts on the sides over here before we get to the swing bridge where you can cross over.
Yeah, so all the tracks are connected.
Yeah, so it's a DC layout. So each one of the loops is segregated from each other, and each loop is run by one controller. But if I put one train on the outer loop, I can use all three controllers to run them across the crossword and start on the outside, be able to go all the way to the inside loop and all the way back. Yeah, dryer vents for what I've been thinking about using.
Now I want to 3D print trees. Look at this. That's not a bad idea to get the skeleton of the tree and then go from there.
Yeah.
That looks pretty cool.
Why don't you look in there?
Dungeons and
Oh,
Dragons.
with the FDM.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Roxy just looked up 3D printing trees. And there's a whole bunch of pictures. There were all these cool looking trees that were 3D printed. It's amazing.
It looks like a really good way to start out.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys out there that got some real good tutorials on doing trees. So I figured somewhere down the road we'd be sitting down and really doing some learning and then doing some mass production of trees because we're going to need a lot of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I'd like to do some research into the exact kinds of trees in the area so we get a good mixture.
Yeah, well, there you're going to have oak trees, pine trees,
Yeah.
a lot of that kind of trees, which you see in Northern California. Madronas. Yeah, Roxy's all for it. She got excited. She pulled up some pictures and oh my goodness, yeah, we got to do that. Yeah, we're actually talking about maybe next Sunday setting up and doing live and working on the mountain itself. But we're trying to decide whether people would find that too boring, too tedious watching us do that.
We've got this giant box of Sculptamold and we're ready to get busy with it.
Yeah. And I'm getting close to the point where I can start doing that side of it, so. I keep going along and thinking, okay, I'm there, and then I'll stand there and look at it for a while, and they go, oh, wait a minute, I could do this.
I think you could
Start-
do that forever.
Start cutting a little more.
So yep, that's what's coming up. Dad just made some rock molds we unmolded today, and they look pretty good. The textures came out really well.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got plaster cloth I'm going to add, and I've got some Sculptamold, and we're going to add some rock molds, and then some of this pink foam I'm going to paint itself because some of the cuts and crags that I made in there look really good, and I think when they're painted up will look great. And I think if I put plaster and stuff, I'm just going to fill up that detail and you'll lose it.
Yeah.
Although Roxy was talking about maybe we might try the technique we did with the tunnel liner, where we made a real thin plaster wash almost, and then used a paintbrush and painted it on. Thinking that we might use that in some of the areas where we cut the gashes and cracks and stuff to allow us to do more washes in that area.
Yeah. You get that plaster kind of finish to paint on.
Yeah, I got a lot of extra pink foam around here. I may cut some up a little bit and put a wash on there just to see what it does.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But you know how it is with us. Everything we do is a big experiment.
Yep, we'll change our mind 3 more
We're
times.
trying to figure out. We go in and we investigate a whole lot of different techniques and try a few different things to find something that works for us.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta run up real quick.
All right. We did a tunnel liner inside the mountain, so Dad 3D printed one, and it looks pretty good. There's one on each end of the mountain, just long enough so that you can look all the way down and not see the inside of the foam. And then Dad went and painted that over with some plaster after doing primer. And that helped a lot with getting the rock textures when he went to paint afterwards. So let's see if we can see it if we make our mountain a little bigger. Yeah, you could just barely see it there. Yes, absolutely very important. And we plan to be using a camera car. On our next print we're going to print out a different version of the camera car because our previous one we'd been using was too tall to go through the tunnels. So we looked at making the tunnels bigger, but we didn't like how it looked. So instead we've decided to modify the camera car so we can push it. I think that having the train cam might be fun for the lives too. We can see from the train's point of view how the layout's going. We gotta get that flat car some help. Right now our design, it fits into a well car. So I took our original design and just shortened out the top, and hopefully that's enough to kind of put us at locomotive cab level.
I went upstairs and ran into a plate of cookies.
That's awesome. I guess it was a good thing to let Dad leave the room if he's going to bring me cookies when he comes back. Yeah, happy Labor Day, everybody.
A depressed flat car.
Mm-hmm. It should be a really good day to grill.
Yeah. I was thinking about that, doing that tomorrow too.
Yeah, I was just trying to decide what was in the freezer that I could get out.
I got a bunch of those chicken quarters.
Mm.
Throw on the grill. Those are always good.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Did you talk about that tunnel liner?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when the train's not going through, you can kind of see it. But Derek made a good point, is that not adding the tunnel liner would look really funny when we use the train cam.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So the tunnel liners, you know, it's about an 8-inch piece on the entrance on each side.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a section in the middle where there isn't a liner.
Yeah.
So I don't know how dark that's going to be in there when you run through.
So is it possible that after we finish the mountain, we go in there and just spray the inside black so that it reflects as little as possible? Maybe do a flat black
You
in
could
there?
you could probably paint the inside black, but I was thinking you could take this back off and you could make a insert wall that fits in close.
Mm-hmm.
That if there is, you know, a thing and you got to be able to reach in and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and you could do it by putting using a couple little magnets and a little piece of wood with magnets
Yeah.
up in bottom and top, so it just kind of snaps into place. Where you could just kind of pull it down and out like that, reach in, do what you got to do, and then put it back. But that way it brings the wall in, and it's all painted up, so you won't really notice it as much when the car goes through.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that when that car's going through, you're coming in, you're going into the dark, and the light that has to kind of adjust.
Yeah.
But then you got light at the end of the tunnel that is going.
And it's going to focus right in on that.
Yeah. So it may not be super. May not show up super good. So I think we might be able to get away with a wall, and there's just maybe painted a flat black.
Yeah. Well, after we print the camera card, it'll be interesting to see how it turns out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But that's the whole reason we put an access in there. We still could access all that inside area. But I think you're right. We'll probably end up having to paint it black.
Yeah, just to make it a little extra dark in there.
Yeah. It's good. Start talking food again. Yeah, so that retaining wall, I can slide that all the way along the track, all the way up.
It's going to be close, but not too close.
Yeah. But I've been looking at that wall, and I think if I'm going to put some of that rock, and I was going to put that a little higher up, but I may need to cut back just a little bit more along there. It's that hunt and peck. Yeah, that mic is kind of down low so I can see the screen. And then the keyboard's like 8 inches away from the mic.
Oh yeah.
I never even thought about that.
It makes you sound industrious. That's right. The thinking noise.
Yeah. Well, you gotta understand it's not only the clicking, but there's also the creak of gears turning.
Cast iron cornbread.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to use the my cast iron pan on the grill too when I'm grilling stuff up because I like to throw my onions in them and get my onions cooking up while I'm grilling other things.
It's so good.
Yeah. There they are. Just going, where the hell did the trains go?
Well,
I
they
can
know
see
that
those-
one spot on the layout you didn't put a camera on.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all there except for that inside loop. I can see that one. It's like, where's the rest of them? I like how when it's dark, you see all these blue lights up here just going to down.
So we have a re-railer on either side of the swing bridge points of motion. So on each end, there's 2 re-railers. And we thought that would help a lot with making sure that if anything did get a little off at the swing bridge, it would correct itself rather than derailing the whole train.
Yeah, they're positioned right at the edge of the break in the track. So let me go, let's go over to that.
Yeah.
So this one, let me go open that swing bridge so you can talk about it when I open it up.
Also, right before the re-railers, Dad's isolated the tracks so that when the swing bridge opens, it'll stop the trains and they won't drive over the swing bridge and drive right off the cliff. Because we knew at some point we wouldn't be looking and we'd open that gate.
You see there's the re-railers here on these 2 tracks. Those are closed. You got 2 re-railers on this side. So I have to brake here and make sure that going in either direction, if it does start to get off the track, it gets pulled right back on. We got that on each one. Here, here. And on this side. And we isolated so that if we opened it while the trains are running, they all shut down before they run off. So here comes the other train and it stops before it gets to the end. And then close it, make our connection, everything takes off again. Oh no!
Oh, we're suffering technical difficulties.
We got casualties. I'm crying. off. I didn't get the shed all the way.
Yeah, they go fast once you close it.
You see the other train derailed, come off? It's over there.
Well, that was exciting. Now we've got a new logo over here to do.
No, that wasn't exciting, that was heartbreaking.
That was rough. Oh, no worries, August. You didn't cause that. We do things like that all the time. We're expert mess makers. I did find my birthday present. You're right, Peter. Actually, it's been going rather well today. We had some hiccups at the beginning, switches that we didn't notice that needed to be put right, and one box car that's not quite working the way we want it to. But Dad's going to take a look at that one and get it back on the track.
So we're going to reroute to Southern Pacific to go down to part of the inner roof on the peninsula.
Well, it'll be all okay. Every time we have to fix a loco, we learn more about how to do that. And we love going to those shows where you can go through and find all these old things that people have had for a long time and bring them home with you and make them new again.
Yeah, that was definitely an operator error there.
Yeah, we know better than that. But we always do those things.
You got all boxed
So,
up.
yeah, there's your BNSF
Okay.
train wreck box and all the bits are in there.
So that's an easy fix as long as nothing broke on the inside, because all that happened was all of the wheel covers just came off.
Yeah.
You know, and then I'll probably have to see if I can print another set of horns for it.
Yeah.
What a bummer.
Yeah, Dad just didn't latch the gate quite fast enough because it needs to be latched for the tracks to line up just right. So it's also possibly because we've been running the trains, they're going pretty fast in there. So when they started up, they
Yeah, I closed the swing bridge, which engaged the switches to get the power going.
Yeah.
But then it popped back out on me because I was getting ready to do the latch. It got onto there
Oh.
before I could stop everything.
Yeah.
So I think what might help that is if I take and change where I've got the two isolator joiners.
Leave a little
If
more
I can move
space.
them a little further down so there's a little more space to make sure I got time to get that in there and get it latched.
That's a good
So I
idea.
don't do that again. Of course, going forward now as we do the scenery, I'm going to be putting the fascia like this, and it's going to come up slightly.
Yeah.
So any derailment is going to want to push it back towards the middle.
Right.
You know, so
Right.
it's not just straight drop like it is now. Because it's, you know, it's close to the edge now.
Yeah, at this point, we don't have any of that stuff built up.
Yeah, yeah. It's good.
Right?
Yeah, I see a new loco in my future.
A second streaming site, Peter? Rubber flooring, that'd be nice in a layout.
Yeah, so Derek, so that swing bridge, the design of the power, when I open it, there is isolators on either side that cuts the power on the track leading up to the swing bridge and the power on the swing bridge. So when you open it, there's no power, the trains come so far and just stop. And then when you close it again, it engages the micro switches so that the power is reestablished and the trains take off. So what happened there was the train was stopped, I closed the switch, but then when I went to reach over to get the latch to shut it, I pulled the gate just slightly so it misaligned those two rails. The power still engaged, came forward, came off, and then before I could reach and grab the darn train, it came off went
Oh,
off
yeah.
onto the floor, I was like, I was done.
It's like when I tipped that boxcar off the back of the swing bridge that one time.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and I'm going to move those isolators a little further back to give me more time than when I close it to get the latch to make sure everything's lined up properly when they
Yeah.
come back across. So, yeah, rubber flooring wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, I don't know about second conversation. It's probably just us wandering around the layout. We're really bad at remembering to stay close to the microphone.
Yeah, that's probably what you heard. I was on the inside. Roxy was out here, and I was talking to her. But hey, there's no lack of excitement on this channel. There's always something going on, you know.
It would be better if those isolators were further back. It felt like
Yeah.
a great escape last time I got out the layout.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm normally paying attention and kind of timing myself to where I'm not opening and closing when they're close.
Yeah.
But I got those isolators just in case. You
Yeah.
know, so. But there's a good opportunity to show how you can change between what the tracks are doing. So while I was in there, and because I'm not running that inside loop, you can see here.
Weevils wobble, but they don't.
So you can see here all the box cars that were on that inside loop are setting off. But now I've got it set up to where when it gets to the top of this area, the Southern Pacific will turn and go down onto the loop now and then come back up. So it's just a matter of setting the power for that so it'll transfer power from one to the other controller. So right here you see it'll be able to manage to come on over. So now the Southern Pacific switches from the center loop to the inside loop around the peninsula, and then it'll climb back up and out and go back to the middle loop. Hey Jim, how you doing?
Hi, Jim.
You missed all the excitement. We had a train wreck. That little piece of track right there, I think I need to clean it.
Yeah. We did stream last night.
I think it was asking if
Oh,
Jimmy
if Jim
streamed
did.
last night. Through the snow, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
There's the darn seat. Oh yeah, let's make the texture. We have talked about using plexiglass in some ways. We talked about it maybe across the back of the swing cage.
That's the thing we usually do only Sunday, but yesterday we had a special live show because we have our 500 subscriber giveaway. So last night was only a hour live for us. Hey Eugene. Or at the very least, pillows stacked on the floor underneath. Yeah, it was a fun show last night. So we gave away prizes to our lucky winners on HO scale and N scale. We had 3D printed a whole grain elevator complex and grain bins and signal boxes and jersey barriers. And so we gave away a lot of prizes last night. It was fun. Peter was one of our winners. Jim. Yeah, I'm thinking I may have to put something temporary along there just to make sure that doesn't happen again. I mean, the track plan is that area is going to be raised towards the inside so that anything comes off, it just wants to naturally push it to the center of the bridge. Well, either that or he works for ICE. Well, but we'll probably do it again when we hit 1,000, Derek. You have to make sure to get in on it. I'll probably probably be getting to work pretty soon on it, but print some pretty substantial buildings and stuff to give away. Now, let's see here. Let me go measure that. So I got this particular 3D printer mostly because of the large build volume. I wanted to be able to do things on a large scale. Let me measure this real quick. Yeah, it's 15 inches wide, 15 inches deep, and I can print stuff up to about 15 inches tall. Yeah. Yeah, the build volume on this one, it works out great. So I did those silos, and the silo parts, it's set up where you can either print 6 or 12 silos in a group, but it prints all in one piece, so it's pretty tall. Yeah, that could be a good idea, Peter. Yeah, you know, that's something else. Could be putting some kind of a fence along there. Originally, my thought was I was going to be putting the fascia on, and I was going to elevate, slope the ground up, going towards the inside of the layout, so that if anything did come off, it would kind of naturally want to push it back towards the center of the run along there. And I thought about doing the plexiglass too, but I feel like plexiglass kind of takes away from the look. But I kind of like the idea of the fencing. That's really kind of a smart idea, I think. So we're just discussing on, ways to airproof the line on there so nothing drops off.
Mm-hmm.
And Peter was talking about these shelf liners for wire bakers shelves, which could be a good idea. But then Steve had said, you could put like fencing along there, and it's, like 2-scale chain link fencing, like, and that might be a good idea to do something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand why they use plexiglass with commercial applications. If you got lots of people coming through a railroad, you definitely want to.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of that. And I always think it looks a little unfortunate especially on layouts that they do, and that stuff looks pretty realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put that there, and it just takes away from that.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, August. I'm glad you came.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in. Now we're here every Sunday, so you're welcome back anytime, buddy. Enjoy your dinner. Do you see this? Yeah, I'm going to do some thinking on that fencing idea. Because really, I mean, when I run this, I've only got a couple of spots where I worry about it. So around the switching area on the peninsula where they split off, I worry about a little bit in there on both sides. And then this area here at the swing bridge and along the back side of the swing bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So the back side of the swing bridge, I had figured I would just take and use a panel like we use for the backdrop.
Right.
So that just stays up, and we could paint it or whatever in the back, or I could make it tall enough that we could get a little photorealistic something to put in there. Or
Treat it like a continuation of the backdrop.
yeah. But it would act as a good block from anything going off towards the stairs over here.
And it would go an extra step towards making the layout more immersive.
Yeah. Well, I thought about doing something as tall as what the backdrop is.
Yeah.
Which, I could do, because I could take and just put a couple uprights. I could use like 1x4 uprights.
Mm-hmm.
Just going up like that, 2 of them like that, and then just cut a piece to fit right there.
Yeah.
Of course, you'd still have a little gap on either side, but I suppose you could come up with a plan to mitigate that too.
Yeah. Yeah, thered have to be a way to build it out.
Yeah, enjoy, buddy. I'm thinking about doing the same thing tomorrow.
Thanks, Eugene.
Yeah, thanks, Eugene. Appreciate that. Yeah, I saw you just asked to join the Facebook group, so we just approved you for that, Eugene.
Awesome.
So all of you guys are welcome to join that Facebook group.
Yeah, share what you're doing or anything cool that you see.
Yeah, you're free to post in there and everything, so it's a community page.
Yep.
the surface on that building's looking pretty cool.
It
I
is.
think it's gonna be neat. Yeah, look here, see where we're at. Gotta be getting close. Yeah, 93%.
93?
Yeah.
93% on the print progress.
Oh, that was such a bummer. And I'm glad none of the railing or anything broke on it.
That was the first thing I checked because I would just fix the railing on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were bound to do it at some point.
Yeah.
So usually we're running 3 trains on the layout. About, oh, it looks like Dad did just put on the BNSF loco. Looks like it's running still too. But yeah, usually we have 3 trains on the layout. Earlier we fumbled the locomotive, so that train's out of commission at the moment. So right now we just have the Southern Pacific running on the inside line and the Union Pacific running on the outside line. Dad's testing the BNSF to see how much damage it took. It does look like it's running though, so that's great.
Right is SD40-2.
Oh, awesome, Jim. I'll look for your thing and get you approved.
run this one around the loop a couple times, see if it'll run through good.
The catcher's mitt would have been handy. Let's see how she does. That looks pretty good.
There we go.
Looks good.
Brand new logo on the inner track. So I haven't been running. Haven't been running that one because the couplers on it aren't working great.
Mm-hmm.
So the coupler off the local was kind of high. So I got to research and find a different kind that will set just a little bit lower.
Right.
Because this one has a tendency to, it wasn't reliable when I was running before. It kept unhooking and unhooking.
Mm-hmm.
So I've adjusted it as much as I can, but I think I need a different style coupler that's on it.
Right.
So.
Thanks, Jim. Dad's been working really hard at carving it up this week and getting it just right before we start going in with the Sculptamold.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a little hesitant around that area. It's coming around to the swing bridge. I'm like, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I've run that one before, and it runs just fine on all three tracks,
Mm-hmm.
just running by itself.
Right.
But the coupler's been a big issue, and I tried adjusting as much as I can, but I think it needs a low shank coupler on there.
Right.
But I haven't figured out exactly which one it would be.
Yeah.
There's so many of them. Couplers are really confusing. You know, you go to KD website and it's just like, what?
It's amazing to me that there are so many options.
Yeah, there's a couple that I'm familiar with. The 148s I've been using mostly,
Mm-hmm.
and they seem to work well for all the box cars and stuff I have. I've used number 5s, and they're okay, but you got to do a lot of extra work putting those together.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the 148s because they just pop right in the box, and they got the little whisker, and so they work well.
The amount of different couplers Katie makes is kind of mind blowing to me.
It is.
It seems like there's always a different one.
So they make several low shank ones,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm just not sure which one I need.
Right, and you don't want to have to collect them all to get one.
Yeah, because darn couplers aren't cheap.
No. We'll have to go over the specs one day and see if we can make a guess.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, this is a fairly new loco. I bought this one used, and it runs okay. I do need to take it apart and do some cleaning, maybe a little lubrication on it. Overshank, is that what they call it? It's where the shank goes down. So undershake raises it. Okay, maybe that's why I'm so confused when I'm looking, because I can't seem to figure it out. Overshank, I'm going to write that down. So I think the difference is, see how the coupler is kind of set kind of down a little bit, I think, here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the shank's the same, but it's the position of the coupler. So go to an underset, see what that looks like. Yeah, see how the coupler, the bottom is almost even right there?
It sits real high on there.
So I need to get what they call an over. Now looking on KD, they said overset. So that makes sense. Because I kept looking at them, but I just couldn't figure out, well, which one is this?
Yeah.
Okay. So then they got different lengths of shanks as well, I think.
Yeah.
So this loco, I think it needs a longer shank, kind of like that one is.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want the box with the extra springs. I want to get one of these with a whisker.
Like
Whisker,
that?
yeah.
So that's the number 149.
Which might make sense. Bell couplers with gearboxes long overshank.
Thanks, Jim. You helped us find the one we were looking for.
Yeah, I think it's a 149 that I need for that loco. Because I know the shank's kind of long on it. But looks like the 149, although 149 may be the same length as the 148s, which may not be long enough.
You think? Well, let's see. With the 148.
Hey, looks like our print finished. I'm so busy looking at couplers, I didn't even pay attention to it. Oh yeah. Where's my wood board?
That's right.
I'm gonna need that while you just set this on top of the pools. Keep it shape.
So, Dad, Steve would like to know if you do anything special on the 3D bed to get the plastic to stick.
Yeah. Keep talking about using that cheap hairspray, so I wash it down real good with IPA. And then I use keep the bed and quick splits of cheap hairspray.
So, Dad's tried out a lot of things over time to get everything to stick on the 3D printer. And what we've arrived at now is that he'll clean it real good with isopropyl alcohol at the very beginning of the print. And then he uses cheap hairspray on the bed and lets that dry real quick before starting the print. And it makes all the difference. Those things really stick.
Yeah, so we did that smokestack. It had about a 2-inch diameter base on it. It was like 7 inches tall, and it stayed.
Yeah. Before that, we were having a terrible time getting anything to stick. Everything was coming off right away.
And particularly all prints.
Yeah, Peter, the bed's heated. What's our bed temperature usually?
70.
We usually keep it at 70.
That's Celsius.
That's Celsius? Yeah. 70 Celsius?
So this bed here, the way this is set up is I can keep my nozzle, the hot end, where the PLA comes out, between 0 and 260 degrees Celsius. And then the bed can be between 0 and 110 degrees Celsius. Is the range. With every roll of PLA that you pick up, every time you get a spool of filament, the manufacturer always prints on there, tells you what range it prints best at. You know, it usually gives you a range that's usually like a 20-degree range in Celsius. So I've just found this machine with PLA, 220 for the hot end, 70 degree or 70 Celsius on the bed, and I get the best results. So, I've tried a lot of different things.
Yeah. We did try a bit of down power wash, but that didn't quite do what we were looking for. We had a real clean plate though.
Yeah, so that's one of the things what I've learned with this plate is I used to just clean the heck out of it in between every print. But what I found that it works better if I just do a light clean in between prints, and I usually just a quick wipe with the IPA. I do it while it's hot so it evaporates right away. And then about once a month or so, I'll take it on upstairs, give it a power wash, scrub it real good, come down and clean it with the IPA, heat it up, little hairspray, works perfect. And then after that, it's just about every third print, I'll get a little spritz of hairspray after a quick wipe.
Yeah.
So it works really well.
Oh,
That didn't sound good.
no, we left some boxcars there.
They took on the corner.
Uh-huh. Well, tonight has been exciting with derailments.
Someone send the neighbors away vehicle out. Oh.
I agree, Derek. The best pan in the kitchen's like that. Thanks for hanging out with us, Peter. Look forward to seeing you next time.
So that front coupler seems to work a little bit better.
Okay.
So I turned the train around so it's running backwards, and I set up a consist and put the dummy Santa Fe in front of it so it looks like they're going together.
That's awesome.
So it looks more correct. What happened here?
Oh, I just was moving stuff around because the 3D printer wasn't doing anything.
Oh, okay.
That's just layout one right now.
Okay. Yeah, see how it looks like trains working together. And it's just pushing the dummy around.
That's a good way to do it, though.
Oop, Peter headed out, huh?
Got late for him. We should give everybody a good look at what we printed.
Yeah, you can do that.
Which camera would you like to use?
Well, I got the
cam?
camera right here.
All right. Derek.
Building.
You ready?
Yeah. You see it pretty good?
Yeah, we can see it pretty good. So that's the building flat we printed. I believe it's got a couple little trim pieces and side pieces to give it some dimension from the backdrop. And the bricks, and Des just popped all the windows in there for now. We'll go back deeper.
Derek.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I think this one will work. This really looks like, I think you could actually set it up either way with the big windows at the top or the bottom. Which I'm thinking I might flip it around. Might look better.
Let's see what it looks like.
See what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would work better. Of course, I have to flip the windows around because you notice there's like the sill that's at the top now. But yeah, this really looked a lot like a building at this factory that they had a bunch of offices. There's a bunch of engineers that worked in the offices down here. The one office up in the corner was the big boss's office. It was a big, huge room. They had a big old fancy office. I had a office over on this side, but towards the back. And there was a window looking out the side. I could see the river, but this was a big conference room.
Oh.
So I go in there and do audits and stuff, and then afterwards we'd have an out briefing out in the conference room where I go over everything we saw and found. And so there you go. There's the printer, all in a day's work, huh?
Yeah, I like the character it got when you flipped it, though.
Yeah, I think it looks better because that room is more like that. Where I was at. I had the big office windows up top.
Yeah.
Because down low there was always equipment and stuff going across the front,
Right.
vehicles and things. But up above, the big boss had a great view of the river and ships out there. It was a nice view.
We absolutely could slice it so that we could have extra layers and make the building much bigger.
Well, absolutely could. Absolutely could. There's another building I'm going to do that it has windows across the top and one down below and a inch around the side, but then you can take and use the slicer and flip it so it makes an opposite. And then there's another piece I could do so I could extend the middle, where the middle there's no windows there, there's just building.
Right.
And then you have opposite sides on either side to make a longer office building.
Yeah.
So you can take these things and flip them and do all kinds of things with them. So you could print two of these actually, and you could put two together if you wanted to make a larger building.
Right.
Or you could also print these if you wanted to make a building that goes all the way around. You could print four of them and put four of them together to make a building that sits out away somewhere.
Right.
Of course, then you'd have to go in there and make some changes because you want one side of it to have some doors.
Well, that's when we take it into Tinkercad and start chopping it up and playing with it.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with the slicer, and I've also found that all these different slicer programs have different features. They're not just all the same, really.
Yeah.
So I started out using the Creality slicer software because that's who makes the Ender 5, is Creality. So I started just using their software, thinking, okay, their proprietary stuff, their software should be the way to go. But what I found when you dig into the software, other softwares, they got what's called a G code in the programming that makes it do certain things every time when it goes to print.
Yeah.
So Creality doesn't do that. This one, it's a G29 code, I think it is, that makes it come in and do self-leveling. So it comes in and does a leveling mark, and then it adjusts the print to accommodate for any inconsistencies in the level. So it'll adjust every time you print so you consistently get better prints.
Yeah.
Creality didn't do that.
Right.
So I'd have problems where I might print real good this time, then start it right back up, and it might be out a little bit and not print good.
You did spend a lot of time leveling and re-leveling your bed to try to get it right.
So when I transferred over and started using the Cura software, and it has that feature, that G code in there, so it self-levels when it starts every print.
That's a good idea.
So if I set the bed level to begin with, then it comes in and does self-leveling and does any changes, because you're talking about differences in, 100,000s, difference, and it makes an adjustment for that.
Right.
So, yeah, 3D printing is a hobby all in itself. You could really go down a rabbit hole with this stuff. But, I just scratched the surface enough to make some buildings and stuff.
Right.
So, just enough to be dangerous, I guess. Well, it looks like that's working pretty good, flipping that one around.
Have you tried the Pressa slicer? I've heard of that one before, but I don't know a lot about it.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one yet. Somebody else had recommended the Cura, and the reason for that was the self-leveling at the start.
Right.
So I went in there and investigated and said, yeah, okay, I see where it's got that. So I'll give it a try. The first one I did was something I was having struggle with, and it print perfect.
Oh, yeah.
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 Plus, it has some other options for infill and things. That's they're the one that has the lightning infill, which helps you to print faster because of the type of infill it is. Just taking up space.
Right.
So it doesn't use as much filament.
Yeah.
So it can get through the infill part of it quicker. So it speeds up the print process.
It saves you materials as well, I suppose.
Ah, really? In the Prusa you can do that, huh? So can you use that Prusa slicer for other companies' printers as well? So for example, mine's a Corality Ender series. Can I use the Prusa for an Ender series? Ah, okay. Well, I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that because I'm pretty happy with the Cura slicer. It's been working real well for me. But if Prusa's got some other advantages, there may be instances where I use Cura. Other times I want to use the Prusa.
Yeah.
I've just about gotten to where I don't want to use the Corality one at all anymore, and
I don't see where it had a lot of features that you're not getting elsewhere.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about just deleting it altogether because I can always go back and get it if I wanted, but
Right.
I just haven't been using it at all. So, all right. Well, we've been running 6 hours now.
We have been.
So it's a good long thing. It's been a good print, another successful print.
Yeah.
Only one major mishap in the train room.
That's not bad, actually. Only one? That's good.
Yeah. But we've had lots of good company tonight, so that's been fun.
We have.
I've enjoyed that. So. Well, I'm definitely going to check out that Prusa slicer and see how it works for me and see what other options I can get using it. I'm not afraid to try new things.
Thanks for joining us, Steve.
Yeah, I really appreciate all you guys being on and hanging out with us tonight. I've really enjoyed the chat and the talk, and the sharing of information's been excellent. That's the part I like the most. I like people giving me suggestions and ideas and things to think about. So it always makes it more fun and enjoyable. So, but I think we're going to go ahead and pull the plug on this one, fellas. But it's been a lot of fun being on here with you. Remember, we do this every Sunday night at 4 o'clock. And, we'd be happy to have you all back at any time for sure. And we appreciate you supporting the channel. Yeah, minus the crash.
We'll have to try again next week. See if we can have an accident-free live.
All right.
Good night, Jim. Thanks for joining us. Good night, Derek.
All right, good night, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend.